in South China. They lived in the village of Charangsari, raised by the king of Charangsari around the castle for the economic growth and the kingdom in the 19th century. They uphold the ancient Chinese proverb, Ru Xiang Sui Si. It means when entering an area, you must follow the local custom in Indonesian language. Di mana kaki berpijak, di sana langit dijunjung. So that wherever the Chinese in Bali, it's different with in Java. They always to create the acculturation between the local culture and their own culture. Okay. Accordingly, the Chinese community at Charangsari village is not only conserve their tradition and custom. For example, the Chunjie. Chunjie is mean the spring festival on February. Qingbing or Qingbeng, this is the Hokkien language, is an annual ritual to pray and visit grave according to the Confucianism philosophy. But also they built Hindu religion family temple and participate in the celebrating of Hindu holiday. They use Chinese coin as a mean of Hindu and Buddhism and Confucian ceremonies. They come from various clans, such as, this is the name of the Chinese family, This come from clan of Cho, Chua, Ho, Li, Lim, Ong, Se, Te, Cha, Cho, and Choa. The surname denote emotional attachment, emotional attachment and social bond, the ancestral land in Fujian with the land when they are living now at Charangsari village. That is my research. Okay, lanjut. This is my conclusion is since Bali and China has cultural acculturation, intangible heritage and intangible heritage, and Chinese guests to become number one before COVID coming to Bali. And I suggest, make suggestion that the tourism stakeholder in Bali, if they would like to create Bali as the culture tourism, and they can take good advantage from the cultural acculturation between Bali and China. Thank you very much.
Hello, it's working now? I think so. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Shendra. So now we'll continue with Professor Robert Sindenbaus. Hopefully it's not mistaken. And from München, Germany. So you have also only 10 minutes? Oh, no, not 20.
I'll try to speed it up.
Okay, thank you.
So, Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum. Dulu saya mau minta maaf. Di konferensi ini saya tambahkan di minit terakhir. Itu karena saya tidak mempersiapkan presentasi digital. Saya hanya bicara. Dan saya meneruskan pidana ini dalam bahasa Inggris. First of all, for those who were not here 2 days ago, I will introduce myself a little bit, and that will give you an idea of what my perspective is on Hinduism in Bali, and why I've chosen to speak on this topic, to which I will come in a moment. I'm a professor of Indology at the University of Munich in Germany, which means that I teach Indian languages, Sanskrita, modern languages, but especially I focus on Indian philosophy and religion. So you can understand that when I come to Indonesia, Bali is the island that is most interesting for me personally, and also professionally. And my mother said, "At last you are doing the right thing." My mother is from Indonesia. I would like to speak with you a little bit about the concept of Hinduism. And this is inspired by a conversation I had recently with a student at this university. And she was not a beginner, she was a very advanced student. And she told about a project she wanted to do involving a comparison of Balinese Hinduism and Indian Hinduism. Now, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with comparing systems of religious thought and practice, but I have great difficulties with the concept of Indian Hinduism. And I want to speak a bit about that because it also has consequences for how we view and understand Hinduism in Indonesia and in Bali. The term Hinduism, and Professor Woodward already touched upon that in his talk, is a non-indigenous, it's a non-Indian concept. It was introduced by conquerors from outside, first of all from Muslims who came from what is today Afghanistan, who spoke about the people living on the other side of the Indus River, which is called the Sindhu in Sanskrit and the Hindu River in Persian, as Hindus. So people on the other side of the Hindu River, they were also Hindu and they lived in Hindustan. It was a purely geographical concept. When later the British became the successors of the Mughals of Delhi, the British adopted many institutions and also terminology from their predecessors, the Mughals, including the term Hindu, for everyone who was not recognizably Muslim or Christian. And if you're coming from outside, if you're coming from Europe and you look at India very superficially, you will see that the majority of people, they have houses of worship, they're called temples. In the temples, there are images of the divine, there are priests, and these priests do more or less the same everywhere. So it must be one religion. And what the Hindus do and believe, so the British said, must be Hinduism. Early British scholars in the city of Calcutta, which was the British capital in India, they inquired with knowledgeable people. They wanted to find out more about Hinduism. So what do? You ask people living there, who is a learned person, with whom can we speak? And the British were brought into contact with traditional scholars, with what here in Indonesia we call Pedanda. And these Pedanda, they explained their religious views. And the British, quite naively, took for granted everything that these Bengali Panditas told them, because they were the experts. So it must be true. What the British did not understand, however, was that what they heard from these local scholars was not only religion that was very locally based, it was very Bengali, but it was also a particular school of religious thought in Bengal. And the British naively assumed that what they heard was Hinduism in general, and that religion all across India would be the same. It took quite some time for scholars far away in Europe to realize that this was wrong. A strangely long time, in fact. And one of my teachers of Sanskrit, famous Jan Honda, he's famous in Indonesia because of his book, Sanskrit in Indonesia. He delivered a series of lectures at a university in England, I forgot which one, in 1969. So that is only 53 years ago. These lectures were published under the title Vishnuism and Shivaism. And in one of his lectures, he compares these two systems of religion, and he says, Vishnuism on the one hand and Shivaism on the other are so very different. I cannot understand how anyone can think of all this as one religion called Hinduism. And indeed, there are very important differences in ideas about God, about what we are, what is a human being, the relationship between humans and God, between humans among themselves, and very many serious differences. So Honda said, this is not one religion, it is at least two. 20 years after that, in 1889, the analysis of Honda was taken up by a German scholar, Heinrich von Stiekenkroon, who published an important article titled Hinduism on the Proper Use of a Deceptive Term. Stiekenkroon added more data, more information from his own research to what Honda had already published. And Stiekenkroon says, Hinduism is not one religion. We can speak about Hinduism, but only as a blanket term for several religions that are very similar to each other, which have borrowed many things from each other, philosophical ideas, mythological material, religious practices, architecture, aesthetics, literally everything. And you can imagine that if we have a number of religions existing together in a limited space, India, large but limited, for thousands of years, and for thousands of years, these various groups of people borrow from each other, that in the course of time, all these religions become more and more similar to each other. And this is exactly what happened. Without the religions really becoming one. So Stiekenkroon argues that, yes, we can speak about Hinduism, but in the same way that we can speak about, for instance, the Abrahamic religions. Christianity and Islam are different religions, but they have common historical roots, they have many common ideas. So there is quite some similarity between Christianity and Islam, but they're not the same. And we have a similar situation within Hinduism in India. Of course, this is also, to some extent, a matter of debate, of exact definitions. I always found it very interesting that in Indonesia, there is a distinction made between Catholic and Christian. Whereas in Europe, we think that all of them are Christians, just different kinds of Christians. Actually, if you ask me personally, I agree with the Indonesian view because there are indeed very serious differences between Catholic and Christian. So in Europe, the old view of British scholars was criticized by Dutch and German scholars. The debate continued, and today, also the British scholars agree that their old ideas from the 19th century are not correct. So we scholars in the universities, we have moved away from this old British idea that there is one Hinduism. But interestingly, these British terms, Hindu and Hinduism, have come to lead a life of their own in India. And in a social and political sense. You may have heard of a political ideology in India, which goes under the name of Hindutva. Hindutva simply is a Sanskrit word. It simply means Hindu-ness. In Indonesian, you would say something like kehinduan. Hindutva is, the ideology is based on a book published in the 1920s by a man named Savarkar. And Hindutva is actually a very aggressive Indian hyper-nationalism. It is not really democratic. It is certainly not liberal. It tends towards being violent and terrorist. For instance, followers of Hindutva are guilty of the murder of Mahatma Gandhi. And Hindutva, it can be seen as not only an anti-foreigner movement, but also anti-Christian and especially anti-Muslim. But in order to propagate this kind of a political ideology, you need something that unites people behind you. And the propagators of Hindutva take Hinduism for that. And they pretend that there is such a thing as a unified Hinduism that unites all Hindus in India against everybody else. So there is this play with terminology, with redefining words such as Hindu and Hinduism on a political level, but also on a what we can call a sectarian level. I was told that here in Bali, the ISKCON, or Hare Krishna movement, is very active, and that the actions of Hare Krishna in Bali are a bit problematic because they are highly critical of traditional Balinese Hinduism. To be quite honest, the Hare Krishna movement is a fundamentalist Vaishnava sect, which originated in Bengal only 400 years ago. And it is very difficult to call that kind of religion traditional Indian Hinduism. Now I will come to Bali and what these ideas mean for understanding Hinduism in Bali. Across India, we now know, Hinduism exists in very many different forms. They are regionally based. They share certain common concepts. They have respect for the Veda, karma, punarjanma, rebirth plays a role in all these schools of thought. But there are also many other additions, and they are always regional. There's a regional literature, there are regional practices of various kinds, which are very important in those parts of India where these new forms of religion have originated. And of course, there are reasons for that. Nothing happens in religion without a reason. Sometimes we do not know what the reasons are. That is something different. It's interesting to find out, and that is what we academic researchers want to know. But there must be reasons, and we should respect them. Otherwise, we are not serious academic researchers. We must look at what is there, what is real. Reality is the basis of our research. Now, it is very clear that all these traditions which existed in India could communicate with each other on the basis of a philosophical background, which anthropologists have called the so-called great tradition, going back to the Vedas, to the Puranas, Mahabharata, Ramayana. But added to that, there are all these local, regional additions. And I believe that exactly the same has happened in Bali. I have witnessed several upacharas in Bali. And for me, as an Indologist who had lived in India for 17 years, I found it absolutely fascinating to see that I immediately recognized about half of what was done. What half of the rituals, I could recognize that, yes, this is what I also know in India. The same with mantras. I could understand half of the mantras, which were sometimes in very beautiful Sanskrit. My experience is that in West Bali, far away from the urban centers, the quality of Sanskrit is better than in the south. But everywhere it is clearly Sanskrit, but only half. The other half is something else. It may be Java Kuno, but in any case, it's something different. And it is quite clear that there has been a melting, a merging of intellectual material that originally has come from India and materials that were here from the beginning, indigenous, always there. The same goes for Tantra. I have made studies of Tantra in India. I've collected published books with mantras that are used in tantric rituals. I've also done that here. And I compare these texts, and I see exactly the same, that half of what is found in the Balinese books is Sanskrit. It is recognizable. I can translate that. It's good Sanskrit. And the other half is something else. The same applies for yantras that are used in rituals. Recognizably yantras, but unlike anything that I have seen anywhere in India. So my natural conclusion is that we have in Bali just another regional form of Hinduism. And my request to all of you, and please pass this on to your students, to anyone who wants to hear this, do not think that Balinese Hinduism is something that is dependent on anything that comes from India. And if there is any ideologue, a political ideologue or a religious ideologue who says, dear Balinese, you call yourselves Hindus, but what you're doing is wrong, do not believe them. And my request to you is that if you ever come across such critics, politely tell them that they have no basis for making such criticism, and that therefore you will not listen to them. And you can also give them my greetings. So I would have liked to have spoken more in detail, but unfortunately the kekurangan waktu. So with this, I will end my talk, and I thank you very much for your patience in listening to me.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Maybe the Balinese later on will react on that. Okay, so before I invite Pak Dwi Sofyan, I have to invite Dr. Hakam Balerji, who will be online, using online. So Professor Hakam Balerji is from Harran University, Turkey. So he will... Hakam?
Yes,
Professor Hakam, are you there? Oh yeah, okay.
Hello.
Professor.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry, the time is, it's not 20 minutes anymore.
Yes, yes, I can understand, and I am very sorry that today I am not together with you. I really wanted to go to Bali because my last visit was 5 years ago. And I do miss Bali and friends, professors, Professor Yeki, of course you, and Professor Nestor, Professor Ketut, and many other, Professor Dundin and other, Professor Dicky, and all of our friends. I miss you all. I feel really sorry not to be there and to do my talk online. And I will not take your time too much. And Diana is there also. And I have enjoyed your presentation also, Diana. It was very, innovative and wonderful experience for me. So thank you all for inviting me today. So my topic will be about migration and religion. I just wanted to touch on this issue. Nowadays I'm concentrating on some migration studies. So should I share my screen, or are you sharing the slides? Because I cannot see any slides. If you like, I can share. Okay, let me share my screen. My presentation. I think you can see my presentation. Okay, I will be very brief. I will not go into details, and this is turning into a paper. Then definitely I will share it with you. I will talk about a little bit talk about forced migration. As you know, Turkey is experiencing mass migration from Syria, especially the conflict zone in Syria, and people are leaving their homes and houses. They are being displaced due to the war and turmoil in Syria. It's an internal and violence, and many groups are fighting each other, unfortunately, and people are leaving their homes and cities to run away from the violence. When we look at the forced migration, we see displacement and a painful journey and process of finding new settlements because this is the nature of migration. And the most important part of the migration for me is encountering with the host society. So today I will concentrate on this a little bit and look at what is the role of religion to find a way to live together. As I told you, I will be brief, and here, by the way, time is like 6:30. I'm now in Prague for a meeting, I will do my best to finish on time. Let's have a look at the statistics. You may see here the number of the forced migrants, like the refugees, we can call them. In Turkey, actually, they are not legally refugees. I'm talking about Syrian people. They are under temporary protection. But sociologically, I can refer them as refugees. 3.6 million refugees, and plus we have 500,000 Afghans and 500,000 Ukrainians, and it is a kind of total 5 million refugees are living in Turkey, and this is the highest number in terms of refugees in the world. We can also look at the cities in Turkey. As I live in Şanlıurfa, by the way, I invite you all to visit Şanlıurfa. I think we should have a paper on Göbekli Tepe. I know Professor Nestor Yekti and Ketut have already visited. Göbekli Tepe is the oldest archaeological site found in the world. And it is a temple, actually. And then I think it is very relevant to our topic today. Hopefully, we can do a joint research on Göbekli Tepe. I offered this to Professor Nestor, and he was very much interested to do a sociological and anthropological study on Göbekli Tepe. Maybe in the coming conferences, we can present something together if we find time to work on this. So this is Şanlıurfa in the southeastern of Turkey, where I live. So we are hosting 500,000 refugees in the city. So in the social cohesion process, as I told at the beginning, the most important part of the migration process for me is encountering with the host community. So there's an encounter, and in this encounter, meeting with the host community and the refugees, there are areas of harmony and conflict, of course, and this is very natural. And I believe integration, it's called integration in some countries, like Germany, for example. It has a dual, it is a multi-dimensional process, actually. It is not that, refugees are coming to a country and adapting them directly. No, there should be some mutual responsibilities. For example, from the host community, there should be social acceptance. So this is also an important topic. For example, I go on this topic in Turkey in 1960s. Thousands of people migrated to Germany as a worker. But you know, when they go to Germany, they took their you know cultures and their you know ideas, dreams, and many other things, and of course their belief and their you know religion, religious thought. There's a good saying of Max Frisch. He said, "We wanted workers, they sent people, human beings, actually." So everyone, even if when we call it refugee or when we call it migrant or worker, guest worker, for example, actually we are referring to human beings. So human beings have their own, you know, every human being have their own story actually. And they have, for example, here in this picture, you see a suitcase. And also there's another suitcase here in their dormitories, the workers' suitcase. So migrants carry many mystic or many unseen or intangible you know heritage together with them. So I think this is really important and should be discussed. And when they go to another country to live, there are many situations and difficulties they are facing. So I will not go into these details too much. As you know, there are many obstacles in the process of social cohesion. So for this reason, I will not go into detail, but for example, I will just tell about the main topics like othering, lack of social interaction between refugees and local host communities, prejudices, labeling, social exclusion, and unemployment. So, also one of the most important problem I see or in the research actually says the uncertainty of the refugees. For example, we call them they are actually legally under temporary protection, and they are living under temporary protection for more than 10 years. So we are now questioning what is temporary here. So there's a really uncertainty going on. So the question is, does religion play a role in the process of migration and social cohesion? Of course, yes. We say yes to this, and I will be very abstract on this. Many studies show that when the behaviors of migrants are examined carefully, it is observed that religious manners has an effect on migration and social cohesion processes. Even from the decision to migrate to another country or living in the after the journey to the new country, religion plays an important role. So there are many instruments, there are many ways of experience the religion in different countries. For example, NGOs, religious NGOs. So people come together and then they find a strength and they help each other. So we can also relate this with social networks. And it also encourages sometimes migrants, even it is a forced migration, to choose the country. Religion has an important role. When we look at again choosing the migration destination, I think this is also a very important part of this work. For example, we did a study in Şanlıurfa in our city. We asked people why you choose Şanlıurfa, and of course, social networks and friends and early comers helped each other and relatives, of course. But one of the most important reason was to come to Turkey, to choose the Turkey, to live in Turkey was religion. So similarities between cultures and religion was playing an important role in the migration process. And when we look at it from the host community's perspective, at the beginning, for example, we can ask how Turkish people hosting 5 million refugees in the country for more than 10 years. And thankfully, thanks to God, I can say there is not, big fight. Of course, there are many, anti-migration movements in Turkey also, especially the elections are coming next year, and some politicians use migrants and refugees as an instrument for their political agenda. But still, what we see is Turkey generously hosting more than 5 million refugees. So we think that this religion plays a very important role in this, success, I can say. Because even when we look at the Western countries, even very low numbers of refugees, if you compare it to Turkey, of course, in Germany, for example, 1 million Syrians are living, and many others. Yes, I can exclude Germany maybe, but when we look at many other countries, they really don't want to share the responsibility. Because this migration crisis is a global crisis, and the solution should be globally. When we look at the situation in the world, it is only some countries are taking the burden, or I don't call it burden as responsibility. So I think here the Turkish experience has very much to do with religion. So in the history of Islam, you can see that there's a hijrah. I will not go into detail of the hijrah, and it's a kind of good deed to help the oppressed people. So and also in the Quran there's a verse for helping the oppressed people and those who are running away from the war or conflict. So you have to be shelter for them and supporting them and helping them to start a new life. And also very basic teaching of Islam is believers are brothers and sisters. So in this case, people at the beginning, yes, welcomed refugees, but of course, when the time is going, and if we do not do a good and reliable migration management, of course, this can also change. So embracing differences are very important in Islam. Actually, there are many verses in the Quran on this, and there are studies are being done how religion plays role for embracing the differences, because the encounter with the migrants and host communities are depending on the differences of each cultures. So this, for example, language is different and many other things are different. So how we can embrace these differences? So solidarity is also an important term in this, and people feel solidarity with the migrants at least some level, of course, and it should be improved. So there's another verse on the screen. You can see they give the immigrants preference over themselves, even though they may be in need. So this is the highest level of actually embracing the oppressed people and welcoming them. So in sum, if we consider the human dignity, all people should live together in peace, of course, and social participation without being marginalized by anyone is important. Equal access to opportunities for people by believing treated fairly, not exclusion, no one behind. Of course, human dignity always requires the glorification of human identity. So religion can play an important role, and of course plays an important role for social cohesion and building the culture of living together. So thank you very much for your patience. I hope I could be brief, and I really feel sorry, and I am sad I couldn't be in the beautiful Bali and beautiful friends there. Thank you very much.
Okay, Professor Hakam. Thank you very much, Professor Hakam. We miss you.
Thank you so much.
I'll invite Dr. Diki Token from the University of Gadjah Mada. Maybe only 10 minutes, Pak Diki. Sorry, supposed to be 40 minutes, but because the time.
Om Swastiastu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to provide some of my insights and feedback on some of the presentations that had already been made here in this panel. Obviously, I will just stick to the main theme, which is sacred language, magic, and mysticism. Also in a way, sort of being accountable to the idea that I provided to Professor Adani. But it's also humanly impossible to discuss, sacred language, magic, mysticism, migration, cohesion, and religion, and all of these stuff all together within a time frame of 10 minutes. But I would say this, though, that there seems to be an upward trend toward the realization and appreciation for sacred languages and magic and mysticism. I think I might be wrong, but the pandemic might have caused this spike due to the sort of suffering and sense of hopelessness on the part of a number of communities in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic and the effects of the contagion effects of the virus, and also the number of deaths that resulted from the contagion. But I would say this, that within the context of Indonesia, I think there has been, from the very beginning, a process of, sorry for the word, but bastardization of the concepts of magic and mysticism. I think magic and mysticism in Indonesia has been translated into, in practice at least, into sort of perdukunan and klinik and all of the things that fall under the category of non-rational actions or beliefs or understanding. So that process of bastardization, I think, has sort of influenced the way we approach the subject matter as well, at least academically and scientifically. But I also realize that when it comes to the subjects of sacred language, magic, and mysticism, it's not for everyone. Even not all religious scholars are interested in sacred languages, in magic and mysticism. To them, that is a different field. To them, that is somewhat, much more an alien sort of system of knowledge to them, which is unstructured, which is unsystematic, and very speculative. And I think henceforth we are facing a subject matter that is highly problematic, that is highly contested, and I think scholars and researchers and intellectuals need to rethink about how we think about these subjects and how we practice them. On a more personal level, during, again, this is about suffering and hopelessness. I went to high school in Jakarta, and that was in SMA 70 Bulungan, which is known to be a very naughty school, so to speak. Yeah? It was one of the schools that were known to have a lot of fightings against different students from different high schools. And so there was a lot of fear then, because we were fighting the people from the STMs who would bring to the school, all kinds of peralatan like obangs and so on and so forth. So at that time, I learned the form of a martial art called SBS, and that's called Silat Berdoa Selamat. It was a very interesting form of martial art because it essentially combines the art form, the physical form of the martial art, but also it emphasizes on the doa. And so I was learning this art from this Kiai called Abdul Shukur Almarhum, who was sort of part of the family of the Navy. So we learned this art throughout high school in this complex for Marines and Navy officers. But one of the things I learned was that there was a lot of incantations involved, a lot of baca-bacaan, jampi-jampian, a lot of the use of Quranic scriptures, and prophetic sayings, and I remember many of these things because I still practice them. And there were 4 at least sort of major takeaways that I could get from the years of training there. One is self-protection. That there are many basic jurus, what we call jurus, which is the practice of the physical form, but then there are also the incantations, the baca-bacaan, the jampi-jampian, and of course the Ayatul Kursi and the 3 verses of the last of Al-Baqarah and so on and so forth, and many other verses of the Quran were used to practice our spiritual strength, so to speak. So there was that self-protection, and secondly, there was that power of influence, strangely enough. So we had this sort of jurus merogoh hati, which is to influence the heart of people, to sway to give, to persuade people. And I used to use this a lot. And the bacaan was from Ali Imran 31. Qul in kuntum tuhibbuna Allah fattabi'uni yuhibbukumullah. Yaghfir lakum dhunubakum wallahu ghafurur rahim. So essentially the verse says, the first portion of the verse states, say, Muhammad, unto them, that follow me if you love me. Yeah? So this was also used as a love spell. So if one had an interest in the opposite sex, then you can read this incantation, and then after the prayers, you would imagine his or her face, and then you inhale. And that's where you can sway the heart of your target. So that was some of the art forms that I learned. But then there was another sort of teaching, which is on speech. And this was interesting because I used to be a stammerer. I suffered from stammering for about maybe close to 5 to 7 years. And I had problem with my speech. And of course my language was confused because I was sort of brought up in the English world and also in Indonesia, so I couldn't really think quickly enough to switch between languages. But I had a problem with my stammering. And then there was this incantation which I learned through the scriptures of the Quran. And this was a dua and supplication from Prophet Moses before he meets the Pharaoh. And I use this a lot, even before any public speaking engagements that I do, even until today, even just before speaking here. It's Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. It's how you seek the help of God to make your speech fluent, to make your tongue loose. And I found this to be very effective. And alhamdulillah, praise to God that I was able to overcome my stammering after some years. But after years of practicing this baca-bacaan, the other one is in the spirit possession. So we were also taught to conduct exorcism. And of course, in Islam, exorcism is usually confronted by the verses from Al-Baqarah, yeah, which is the second surah, the second chapter of the Quran. So what we usually use in our bacaan is Ayatul Kursi, which talks about essentially the throne of God, yeah, the power of God to influence everything, and also the 3 last verses of the Quran. Maybe I can do that later on as a way to give you an example of that. But then as I sort of went into university and studied more about Islam, I found out that this sort of mystical art or metaphysical art within Islam is very strong, yet it has been sidelined. And I'm guessing that this is because of the secularization process, because of the secular nature of our curriculums and the way religion is taught in schools and in the public arena, including in mosques. And so the metaphysical dimensions of Islam has been sidelined, yeah? And lately, for the past at least maybe 20 years now, I've also been studying the ikhtilaf, the distinction between the Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, the Sunnis, and the Shias. And I found out that the Shia tradition has much more, a richer dimension of the metaphysical aspects of Islam. And henceforth, if you look at the mullahs in Iran and the Shia clerics and scholars, you would find them to have a lot of rings on their finger, yeah? Because to them, there is hirz, there is this power in some stones where they have manfa'at, yeah? Where there is benefit, whether it be charisma, whether it be this power or strength, yeah, or influence, as mentioned. So there is a lot of that within the Islamic tradition. And I just like, before I conclude, I just like to perhaps give an example, for instance, yeah, of the kinds of incantations, yeah. And I guess this harks back to what Professor Diana Butler earlier said, that some languages, especially sacred languages, is not or are not to be understood rationally, are not to be read rationally. And I think the Quran is like that. It's not a linear reading of the history of Islam, for instance, or the Prophet's biography, or the tenets of Islam. Yeah? But the idea of the Quran in itself means the recitation. So the Quran means recitation. So the only way for you to get benefit from the Quran is from the recitation, even without understanding necessarily the essence or the substance of the Quran. For instance, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. This is what we call ta'awuz. I seek refuge to Allah from the shaitan, the rejected one. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. This is an invocation in the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful. And then you have the Ayatul Kursi. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمهم إلا بما شاء وسع كرسي السماوات والأرض ولا يعوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. This is one verse in the Quran, in Al-Baqarah 255. And this is just one incantation that we often use and often practice in the morning and in the evening. So if you recite this verse in the morning, supposedly you will get protection from Allah from morning till the evening. And then once you recite this again in the evening, then you will get protection from the evening until dawn. So that is the sort of practice of incantation, or baca-bacaan and jampi-jampian in Islam. And then during this pandemic, we have seen this rise of another form of incantation, which is very unpopular, but very popular among the traditional Nahdlatul Ulama. So apparently, the Prophet had taught the Muslims 14 centuries ago on how to confront the pandemic. And that is the use by the invocation to the Ahlul Bayt, to the members of the people of the house, the prophetic house. Yeah. So it reads, Li khamsatun utfi biha harral waba'il hatima al-Mustafa wal murtada wabnahuma wa Fatima. So the invocation to the Prophet Muhammad, the Imam Ali, which is the first Imam of the Shia lineage, and then the two sons of Imam Ali, Hassan Hussein, and then Fatima, which is the daughter of, and these people are considered the infallible ones. Ya, orang-orang yang suci, yang maksum. Okay, so that's my time. But what I want to say is that I think modern people have lost the art of the metaphysics, yeah? Mysticism. And I think during this time of suffering and hopelessness, in the face of the pandemic and in the face of many economic breakdowns and political fallouts and so on, I think I'm seeing a rise again of the sacred language, magic, and mysticism. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So I think we should give a big applause to all the speaker and also from Hakam and Pak Diki and everybody. So I think I'll pass this to the organizer. Thank you very much. Huh? Yes. Discussion? Oh, okay, even though already 1 o'clock? Oh, okay. So I think I will open for discussion for maybe just, okay, Pak Diki and Pak Dundin. Anyone else? Okay, Pak Dundin, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ibu Yakti. I just, because of limited time, I have only 2 questions for Professor Hakam and Professor Nestor Castro. The first one is to Mr. Hakam. I think you are right, and I also agree with you that religion is very important to not only for social exclusion and not social cohesion, but also social exclusion. For instance, in terms of how Western people treat Syrian refugee and Ukrainian refugee. They treat differently. Social exclusion for Syrian refugee and social inclusion for Ukrainian refugee. That's because of religion, I think. And that also reflect that Western society has failed to implement multicultural society, I think. Do you agree with, I need your comment of that statement, I think, from Professor Hakam. And the second one for Professor Nestor Castro. Yeah. You said that Eskaya, the person who actually this ascendant of this society is come from Sumatra, yeah, Sumatra, Indonesian people, Indonesian person actually. But how far you has examined this maybe evidence in terms of language, for instance, sacred language, there is related, really related closely to Sumatran language in terms of this theme, yeah, sacred language, magic, as mysticism. Okay, thank you.
Very much, Pak Dindin. What else? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, let me respond if you like. Can you hear me? Should I respond now?
Oh, okay. Okay, yes, because you are
Okay.
online, please.
Yes, okay.
Wait,
This
wait, Pak Hakam, because maybe have similar question and also the question to you. So please, Pak. Wait for a minute, Pak Hakam. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
that's a brief question maybe for Prof. Nestor. If I hear from you that the meaning of the sacred language can only be understood by the member of the language, but at the same time, we should share our different culture, different language to another religious people. So I think it is very difficult if we didn't understand the meaning of the other group of people. So how it is? Thank you.
Professor Cahyo, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Yekti. First of all, I would like to thank you for all presenters for the interesting presentation. My question is addressed to my old friend, yeah, Professor Dr. Castro from the UPID. Yeah, I am interesting to hear from you about the Eskaya people language. Yeah, and thank you for the explanation of the ethnogenesis, how to the formation of the group. Yeah. But I saw that you seem to use the conventional or primordialist approach in defining ethnicity, like the most cultural anthropology used in 1970s. So, for example, is that identity markers is one indicator, or say the cultural stuff is like language and other cultural trait. Is the indicator to define the ethnic group. But for in another side, if we talk about the social constructionism or primordialist approach, instrumental approach, yeah, like Erikson or Abner Cohen, he said that ethnicity is a matter of identification, or even it is an intergroup relation. So my question is, would you like to kindly tell me or tell us, yeah, when or in which social context the Eskaya people identify themselves as a particular cultural distinct group, yeah, and the second question is, would you like to tell us or share with us about the social processes of the definition of the situation when they use the identity as ethnic group or as a religious cult? Yeah, yeah. I think it is the long debate in social anthropology, as we know. Thank you very much, Prof. Yekti.
I'll invite Professor Hakam to answer first. Please, Professor Hakam.
Thank you very much for this really important question. Actually, we are dealing it today. What we have witnessed in the Ukrainian war and Syrian war are happening, and of course, sometimes religious understanding can cause some social exclusion. We see this in the conflicts around the world because of the religious understanding. I don't call it religion, but religious understanding, because when we look at Christianity or Islam, you can see the inclusion actually. For example, if Jesus was alive, and he will not allow, he will not differentiate the Syrian people or Ukrainian people because of their faith or religion or gender or race or whatever. Racism is something different. And of course, we should also look at the political agenda of the governments and their, political ideas. Of course, it also gives an idea about this. But I don't think Islam or Christianity, when we look at the Quran or Bible or any other secret, languages or books, there is no differentiation between, some races, actually. But with the secularization process and religion turned into a kind of culture. So when you look at the Bruce Willis says from cathedrals to cults. So when it becomes a cult or when it becomes only a culture, not belief, then it changes, the perspective of looking. Yes, we witnessed many bad things, happening. Like, for example, a train goes from Ukraine to Poland, and white people can enter Poland, but black people, even they have their Ukrainian passport and they're running away from the war, they didn't allow them enter to Poland, or even they didn't take them into the trains. So this is really sad, what we see. But we cannot relate this to the understanding of religion, or we cannot blame the religion. I think because the golden rule is in many religions says if you want something good for you, you should want the same good for the other fellow person or your neighbor also. So it's a lot of discussion. Maybe we can discuss this sometime together. I don't know, but it's a very important question, and I think we should question ourselves in these double standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rakam. Okay, now I go to Professor.
Thank you.
Okay, so first on the question of Pak Dundin. So what I presented about the origins of the Eskaya is an emic view. It comes from the people themselves. It doesn't come from scientists or outsiders or anthropologists. So they believe that their ancestors came from Israel and Sumatra, then intermarried. So were there any studies proving or disproving this? Not so much, because the Eskaya is quite a recent discovery, only during the late 1970s. And the focus of those linguists who studied it was to disprove that it was an authentic language. That was their more focus, not the historical part of it. So I think that has to be pursued. However, for the mythical part of it, riding sea animals, coming from Ephesus, so those ones, if we look at empirical data, of course, probably we disprove it. But I would go back to what Pa Dicky mentioned, that the issue is not are they rational? Is this authentic? But I sincerely believe that the Eskaya people believe in it. They think this is their story. And we are outsiders saying, no, that's not true. Okay? So, but it would be good. When I go back, I look into the Sumatra connection. What I did first is to find Mansilis, if there is such a Mansilis in Sumatra. But the Eskaya are not unique in that. We have so many stories in the Philippines where We say that, of course, there were waves of migration coming from Indonesia, from Kalimantan, going to the Philippines. Some of them would have bases, some of them are more mythical. Okay. But that was not my main discussion. Now, on the question of understanding the group and not understanding them. So among the Eskaya, including the younger ones, all of them, elders and younger ones, don't speak Eskaya language on a day-to-day basis. They don't speak it at home. They only use Eskaya language when they're praying, during rituals, and when they want to distinguish themselves from others. So it's a form, in that sense, it becomes an identity marker, which I combine with the question of Chayo. So it was deliberate on their part. They don't want others to learn it. When we want to examine the books, the so-called sacred books, they said, no, that's impossible because you're non-Eskaya. And they said that, and this we cannot prove, that during the Spanish colonial period, Eskaya documents were burned by the Spanish, and anyone who uses Eskaya language will be killed by the Spanish. So that is their story. So again, a challenge would be for outsiders to learn it more. But I only found 4 linguists and 2 anthropologists who did studies on the Eskaya. My field work there was very, very short during the pre-pandemic period. So I couldn't even say that I'm an expert on the Eskaya. Of course, my area of interest is in ethnic identity formation, which brings me to the question of Pat Chayo. In the Philippines, many ethnic groups in the Philippines are usually identified through language, with a few exceptions. Like we have Negrito groups because they are phenotypically different. They're shorter, darker, curly hair. Even if their language is the same with the rest of Filipinos, their neighboring groups, no difference in language. But because they look different, they are identified as a distinct ethnic group. Now, there are also groups that are Muslim Filipinos, because coming from a dominantly Catholic country, 85% Catholic, then minorities, because they have a different religion, such as Islam, so they're treated as different, as a minority. Okay? So that was the prevailing framework in Philippine ethnic identity. But my argument is it's not just that. There are many other variables. Now, what about if it's a religious cult? The problem with the term religious cult, it's very derogatory. You judge that it's not a real religion. Since I come from a Catholic upbringing, in the past, even Christ's apostles, they were called a cult until they became a majority later on because of the Holy Roman Empire. So I wouldn't use the term cult. I'm not comfortable with using the term. It was other investigators who used the term cult. And there are instances in other countries. For example, in the US, the Amish community, of course, they were considered a separate group because they come from a Germanic origin, then have their own practices, have their own way of wearing things. So they're even laughed about, became tourist attractions. But then, since this has been several generations, So we could consider them as a distinct ethnic group, and their main marker, not the only one, would be their belief system. So for me, the Eskaya should also be recognized as a distinct ethnic group, especially in the light of the opposite, that their rights may be dispossessed. If you're a hoax, if you're a fake, then you have no rights whatsoever. But these are four communities who sincerely believe that they are different from the rest. So my position is recognize them, and maybe be more sensitive on how to judge who they are and what they are. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very, very interesting. But I think time, Pak Ketut, because I should not give. Yeah, okay then. Very interesting, and I think what Pak Didi says also. I have Kursi every day, three time before going out. So that's also I think is important for us sacred language. Okay, so I think let's give applause again to all of us. And it's lunchtime, so I'll just pass to the organizer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the plenary session from the speakers led by Prof. Yekti. Thank you, Prof. Yekti and Dr. Diki and all our speakers today. Now I would like to invite Chairman of Vidya Kirti Foundation to give token of appreciations to all our speakers today. For all our speakers today, please welcome to the stage keynote speakers and the main speakers. Well, after take a picture, please Chairman of Vidya Kirti Foundation to give token of appreciation for our speakers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the plenary session. Thank you for the attention. And before we move to the next agenda, let's take a lunch break around 30 minutes. After that, panel session, and for the online participants, please entering the break room. For the offline participants, please entering class that had been prepared by the committee on second and third floor in Faculty of Education building. Thank you.
Ya, halo, Mas. Selamat siang semua teman-teman.
Siang, Prof.
Ya, ini Mas Ipan habis jalan ke rumahnya 2 menit lagi sampai dari masjid katanya. Saya harap langsung bergabung ke link yang tadi pagi baru tap untuk join ya. Yang Mas Uus,
Ya, Prof.
sukses tadi acaranya ya.
Alhamdulillah sukses. Cukup ramai diskusinya.
Gitu. Ini untuk masuk ke sini tinggal tap aja, klik di join itu ya.
Iya, betul. Di join breakout room, terus pilih join sesi yang ingin kita masukin, yang IKN itu.
Ya, saya kasih tahu Mas Ipan harus masuk dulu ke link yang tadi pagi, karena kan dia tidak hadir tadi pagi. Baru klik join.
Iya, betul.
Ya. Ini masih ada. Mbak Lilis, selamat siang Mbak Lilis.
Selamat siang Prof. Heni.
Ya, siang Mbak Nida, apa kabar?
Siang Mbak Nida.
Gimana suaranya, jelas Pak?
Jelas banget, keras, rambutnya gondrong lagi. Anak muda nih, tidak nih. Mbak Lilis, apa kabar? Udah di Jakarta ya Mbak Lilis ya? Sambil nunggu teman-teman yang lain.
Halo Mbak Heni, iya saya udah di Jakarta.
Wah, nggak sempet enjoy, nggak sempet jalan-jalan di Bali ya?
Kemarin sebentar, 2 hari.
Mbak Yeti besok ke ini katanya, kemana?
Kintamani.
Maksa ayo ikut ya. Dananya gede banget. Sukses Mbak Lilis ngajarnya kemarin.
Ngajar itu bahas juga sih.
Banyak ya pesertanya Mbak?
Kasih materi. Lumayan. 35-an tabuk terus 2 hari.
Banyak ya, banyak itu 35. Nanti yang untuk tanggal 6 saya jam 11-an di kantor ya, kan nebeng mobil Mbak Lilis ya.
Tanggal 6 oke yang ke itu ya.
Iya, yang ke
Tamrin ya.
Tamrin ya.
Siap Mbak.
Ya, siap. Soalnya mobil saya ganti. Ini Yoka belum nongol, Yoka maaf. Terus dan Mas Garu kalau Mer udah hadir. Nanti aku rekaman di pembukaannya rekaman, tapi bukan suara aku melalui suara yang merdu aja. Tariwi udah hadir Mbak Okto, Tariwi, kabar Mas Mustaqim juga, Mbak Krista juga ya. Sehat ya semuanya.
Saya lagi batuk pilek Bu.
Waduh, kebanyakan ini job nih, Mbak Riwi nih.
Enggak Bu, kebanyakan makan es.
Oh, dikirain kebanyakan job. Makan es mah anak saya itu. Ya udah siap yang untuk ICS papernya yang IKN.
Udah disubmit tadi pagi.
Oh, tadi pagi? Wah,
Hari ini terakhir kalau nggak salah.
Wah, Mbak Riwi sudah submit belum nih? Karena saya
Ntar malam ya Mbak ya, ntar malam.
Tapi nggak ini ya, nggak telat ya?
Ntar malam enggak.
Oke, nanti di-share ke saya yang Mbak Lilis ya.
Oke.
Terima kasih. Tapi udah siap, paspornya udah siap. Pasporku mati ya Mbak.
Bukannya dibikinin ya Bu, paspor biru ya?
Dulu dibikinin, sekarang ada Mbak Lilis, sekarang
Dibikinin sih.
Dibikinin apa? Dikasih ke siapa? Ke Pak Cecep?
Ke Siska sama siapa? Mbak Ima.
Oh ya, oke nanti aku ke Mbak Siska dan Mbak Ima deh. Paspor biruku udah mati, paspor hijau juga mati nih. Udah lama kan, COVID itu nggak kemana-mana.
Cepet kok Bu, sekarang harus paspor.
Ya, langsung datang atau gimana? Online?
Daftar dulu online, itu biasanya banyak hari kosong besok.
Oh gitu. Ya udah nanti deh kalau udah ini udah selesai semua kegiatan ini ya. Bikin paspor, siapa tahu ada yang ngajak Mbak Riri yang ngajak saya kemana gitu, ke IKN. Nggak pakai paspor ke IKN mah. Terus tempatnya Mas Ivan, Singapura tuh.
Mas Ivannya baru join ya.
ini katanya lagi jalan 5 menit dari itu dari apa?
Sudah ada tuh Mas Ipannya. Oh, tapi
Sudah ada?
belum enggak, kalau di akunnya udah ada.
Oh ya, alhamdulillah. Dia udah habis dari masjid katanya, mungkin agak jauh. Mungkin, ya.
Udah hadir, Bu.
Udah ada.
Assalamualaikum.
Selamat siang Mas Ipan.
Aduh,
Salam. Keringetannya Mas. Minum
Jalan,
dulu,
Bu.
minum. Minum.
Iya, Bu, ya, Bu. Aman-aman.
Kesian nih Mas Ipan nih, moderator nggak bisa napas.
Masih di Singapura ya Mas Ipan?
Alhamdulillah masih, Mas Uus.
Siapa yang mau ketemu Mas Ipan sono ke Singapura deh?
Mangga, kemarin
Yoka ya?
Mas Yoka mampir sebentar.
Sama Rusdan sama Hanan ya?
Ketemu Hanan sama Rusdan di Batam, Bu.
Oh, di
Mas
Batam
Yoka.
ada nyebrang ya?
Saya nyebrang sehari sebelumnya malah, atau 2 hari sebelumnya. Memang ada keperluan ke Batam.
Oh iya.
Ketemu di sana sama Mas Hanan, Mas Rusdan,
Nggak ada
Mas Yoka
pendidak
balik.
ke sana sih, dan bukan pejabat Mas Ipan. Biasanya pejabat kan berabotnya ke Singapura. Keliling Batam gitu. Nah ini bukan pejabat Mas Ipan. Tapi sehat-sehat Mas Ipan ya?
Alhamdulillah Bu, sehat Bu.
Mas Indra sibuk banget ya kayaknya ya? Hari ini katanya ada
Berhalangan,
seminar.
Bu. Iya betul, bentrok dengan ada seminar dia pagi-pagi kayaknya, jadi nggak bisa. Tadi juga SMS saya,
Ya.
kebetulan berhalangan gitu.
Oh gitu. Ya. Doainnya aku lagi, ibu lagi berupaya cari informasi apa ini pengen buku ini menjadi buku internasional gitu ya.
Siap.
Ibu lagi Mas Ipan cari juga informasi gitu apa cari ke LCD.
Saya udah ada kan
Mas
dari
Ipan cari ke
Springer,
Rutet atau
Bu.
dengan Mbak Lidis tuh.
Springer udah 2 kali ngontak saya Bu.
Nah,
Waktu
terus
itu
gimana?
saya sempat ngasih tahu kami ada proposal nih, saya baru kasih abstraknya, mereka tertarik katanya kalau di situ tolong diisi formnya aja, mereka ada template form gitu Bu.
Tapi kan harus bayar Mas.
Kalau bayar itu kalau misalnya kita mau bukunya bisa bebas di-download sama orang lain, jadi kita
Oh, gitu.
bayar.
Oh.
Tapi kalau bukunya itu untuk profit akan dijual profit, tapi sepemahaman saya nanti para penulisnya dapat 1 kopi, tapi mereka bisa menjual gitu. Kalau itu mah
Oh gitu. Bisa nggak Mas Ipan nanti kalau udah selesai acara dikirim ke saya ya, saya isi nanti
bayar.
ya.
Oh
Formnya
iya,
ya.
boleh. Kalau gitu
Mudah-mudahan ya Springer nih ya.
Springer Bu, kalau gitu kita
Mudah-mudahan kita
ke
semua bisa menulis dengan baik.
Iya.
Terus kita bisa tampil di Springer gitu ya, dan tentu mengundang orang luar ya,
Siap.
akademisi luar, misalkan Pak siapa Prof siapa
Kebetulan
Nasir.
saya dapat ada 3 atau 4 Bu. Profesor saya sama saya insya Allah bakal nulis, tapi saya akan follow up lagi. Ada 1 profesor di arsitektur, Pak Johannes Widodo akan menulis,
Ya.
akan saya follow up lagi. Tapi bentuknya diskusi.
Ya.
Tapi kebetulan saya juga sempat sempat bersurat dengan ada 2 orang. Yang pertama dari Innsbruck itu apa ya? Innsbruck itu kayaknya di Eropa, Jerman ya, atau di mana? Dia tertarik, tapi dia akan menulis tentang Brasilia gitu katanya, Brasilia.
Ya nggak apa-apa, Brasilia kan juga pindah kotanya.
Betul. Sama ada 1 lagi, dia menulisnya kalau nggak salah tentang Astana Bu. Astana dari
Mana
Prancis.
itu?
Astana itu
Kazakhstan.
betul. Jadi kan saya memang menawarkannya karena kan kita ada 1 subsection gitu ya tentang belajar dari ibu kota lain gitu ya. Saya menawarkannya di sana kalau bisa berkontribusi. Gitu sih Bu.
Ya.
Nanti akan saya coba follow up lagi kali ya orang-orang ini.
Iya. Tolong dikirimkan Mas, nanti saya isi dulu itu formulirnya. Saya berharap teman-teman menulis dengan baik gitu ya.
Siap.
Setelah ini nanti kita ngobrol ya khusus untuk penulisan buku IKN supaya membantu diri kita sendiri untuk internasional dan membantu kampus kita PMB. Ini loh ternyata ada hasilnya gitu kan ya.
Siap.
Insya Allah kalau jadi buku internasional yang paling nanti dibantu ya, kita dibantu untuk reviewernya, terus bahasanya. Panas ya Mas Ipan ini? Saya juga ikut panas.
Halo Mas Ipan.
Lompat Bu, saya
Gus.
lompat apa? Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Pak Dida, Mbak Riri.
Pak Dida
Ini ya panel PMB semua ya, sama Mas Ipan. Mas Ivan udah dianggap PMB lah.
Iya benar. Harusnya ikut program itu ya Mbak Lilis ya. Apa namanya? PhD.
Postdoc.
Ya. Bukan postdoc, tapi belum doktor kan? Ya ini kandidat.
Belum Bu, masih dalam perjalanan Bu, doain aja.
Ya kita ada program untuk ikut kandidat PhD itu Mas Ipan.
Ya.
Kan
Degree by research. Mau?
Tapi kan sudah berjalan Bu, maksudnya?
Enggak, tiap 6 bulan ada Mas Ipan terus menerus.
Oh gitu,
Iya.
walaupun saya sudah berjalan dengan NUS gitu, bukan mulai dari awal gitu, karena
Enggak masalah kan, kita nanti paling juga ketemunya saya dan Mbak Lilis, Anda di PMB-nya.
Ya boleh
siapa tahu
Bu.
menguntungkan ya Mas
tahu
Hidayah,
ya.
siapa tahu menguntungkan. Bisa menginspirasi teman-teman yang lain, terutama Mas Uus, Mbak Riri yang muda-muda nih untuk ngejar Anda.
Oh ngejar, saya aja masih kok dikejar sih Bu. Ya Bu, kalau ada informasi lanjutannya boleh Bu, boleh
Ya,
banget.
Mas Yoka, ke Mas Yoka ya, yang ngurus itu Mas Yoka biasanya. Ini belum masuk nih Yoka sama Rusdan nih. Saya sudah kasih linknya. Teman-teman masih ada grupnya yang belum masuk, Mbak?
Saya udah nih. Belum, masih keluar.
Hah? Masih ada yang belum masuk nggak, Mas Dida, Mas Tatang?
Saya masih ada satu lagi, Bu.
Mbak Riri ya?
Ya, masih ada satu lagi.
Mbak Riri?
Iya.
Ini saya kirim linknya Mbak Riri, saya udah dapat dari Mbak Dia, tapi kan nggak boleh dipasang di checklist kita, karena kan berbayar. Ini saya kasih linknya Mbak Riri ya. Nanti kirim ke teman itu.
Iya, siap.
Mohon maaf Bu, ini videonya ada di saya.
Ya.
Semuanya rata-rata ada di saya. Nanti diputarnya dari saya atau dari mana Bu?
Dari Mas Ipan boleh. Kalau nanti itu panitia yang bisa bantu, ya nggak masalah.
Atau kalau dari panitia nggak apa-apa.
Ya saya belum tahu gimana nanti.
Ya, siap. Nanti diinin aja tapi terus mohon ada backupnya gitu bisi. Ini kayaknya saya.
Iya, harus ada backupnya. Makanya saya minta dikirim ke saya semua draft paper dan PPT supaya kita punya backup ya. Nanti untuk penulisan buku kan jadi bisa dibandingkan gitu loh. Kira-kira ada yang belum masuk lagi nggak, teman-teman?
Timnya Aryo mungkin.
Timnya siapa, Mbak? Timnya siapa yang belum saya bisa kirim linknya karena saya dapat link dari Mbak Dia sebagai host.
Timnya ini Mas Ale sama Mas Aryo.
Oh, Mas Ale ya. Oke, Mas Ale saya kirim. Mas Ale dari tadi juga nggak hadir ya? Oke, saya kirim ke Mas Ale ini.
Selamat siang Bu Lilis, Mas Ivan. Tadi yang saya kontak-kontak Mas.
Siap Pak Dida. Dapat Pak Dida, aman.
Ini ada Mbak Diana ya, Mbak Tristania, Bu Suprapti, Mbak Okto.
Komplit nih. Mas Ale udah saya kirim. Siapa lagi Mbak Riri yang perlu dikirim?
Ya sudah, yang saya lagi proses, dia bingung cara masuk.
Yang lain di grup lain ada nggak yang belum teman-teman yang belum hadir? Tolong dikasih tahu saya akan kirim linknya.
Lihat jadwal yang dikasih ya.
Kayaknya kelompok Mas Ale itu Pak Mas Ari Cahyonugroho yang bakal presentasi ya.
Aryo ya?
Iya.
Aryo, saya punya nomornya, coba saya kirim ya, Aryo ya.
Belum masuk beliau.
Pak Rusman Bu.
Pak Rusman.
Oh ya, Rusman Nurjaman.
Ya.
Dia lagi di Bandung tuh, Rusman.
Bu, mohon maaf, nanti berarti saya pakai bahasa Inggris ya Bu? Membukanya?
Ya iya.
Oke, siap.
Mas Cahyo tolong dikirim, saya nggak punya nomornya, Mas Rusman sudah saya kirim. Tolong dikirim ke Mas Cahyo ya, Aryo, ke Mas Aryo. Linknya Mbak Riri, saya nggak punya nomor beliau.
Baik, saya coba Bu.
Bu Parjo Budi itu gitu di kelompok riset juga. Ya.
Aryo udah saya kontak ya sebentar, lagi join.
Mas Ale belum kelihatan, saya udah kirim linknya. Ada Pak Rahmat, selamat bertemu Pak Rahmat.
Halo Bu Heni,
Ya.
selamat Bu.
Iya.
Selamat siang.
Lama baru ketemu ya.
Nggak pernah kelihatan dia, Bu. Dia orang Pusdatin, Bu, yang ikut riset saya sama Mas Uus.
Oh.
Makannya dulu belum mulai. Tanda tangan.
Kalau soalnya kalau tidur, jadi dengan ya Kak, jadi langsung ngomong, oh ya Kak, saya begitu, soalnya saya bisa langsung mengalir, bisa bikin. Tapi udah beresan, tapi untuk itu, pas kita harus simpan misalnya di situ. Terus kan kepala ini, kita kan menjelasin, itu dulu ngomongnya kayak apa?
Ini suara siapa ini?
Pak Dida di mute dulu Pak Dida.
Oh Pak Dida. Mas Yoka sudah hadir, Mas Yoka makasih. Rusdan belum nih. Ale belum kelihatan nih Pak. Mas Cahyo sudah hadir nih.
Siap Bu Heni sudah hadir Bu.
Ya. Itu Mas Ale, Mas Budi tolong colek itu.
Iya Pak, iya Bu, siap.
Nggak jawab saya.
Iya.
Kan dia harus presentasi. Gitu. Saya kasih tahu hostnya dulu ya, kita udah ada di ruang ya.
Ini akan direkam atau gimana ya Bu?
Gimana Mas Ivan?
Ini nanti siapa yang
recording in progress.
Ada hostnya ada direkam.
Dari Unhi ya, dari Unhi.
Dari Unhi. Hostnya Mbak Diah dari Unhi. Mbak Diah siapa Mbak Lilis lupa saya.
Sukardi.
Ya.
Kardinal, maaf Mbak Diah.
Kardinal ya. Nah, ini sedang masuk Mbak Diahnya sedang masuk Mbak Diah kardinalnya karena dia jadi hostnya. Mas Yoka, mohon Rusdan dicolek Mas Yoka. Kalau Galuh bisa ya Galuh dicolek Mas Yoka.
Galuh, nggak ada Bu, Mas Galuh.
Ya udah, Rusdan. Terus itu tolong diteleponin tuh. Oh, Mas Galuh, selamat siang, udah ada nih Mas Galuh. Tolong Mas Ale diteleponin. Ya, siang Mas. Halo Mas Uus, tolong diteleponin Mas Ale ini. Karena udah akan mulai.
Siap Bu, siap.
Dia nggak ada soalnya. Wah Mas Cahyo, tolong ditelepon deh Mas Ari Cahyo Nugroho, diteleponin tuh Mas Ale tuh. Wah ini Mas Cahyo backgroundnya Jepang ya, Gunung Fuji. Alhamdulillah kita udah 20, tinggal nunggu host dan Mas Alek kayaknya dan Rusdan itu saja kayaknya ya. Anam sudah hadir ya Mas Yoka ya? Mas Yoka? Oh udah. Halo Hanan, siap ya Hanan ya?
Halo, iya Bu, siap Bu. Tinggal tutup video aja Bu.
Di mana nih Hanan?
Masih di rumah sih.
Oh iya, siap. Tinggal si Rusdan yang belum hadir di tim kita. Mbak Lilis sudah. Rusdan. Dicolek Rusdan, tolong Hanan.
Mungkin Mas Rusdan dalam perjalanan ke Cibinong kami ada konseling. Ya makanya saya nanti habis ini juga ke sana Bu.
Oh, konseling apaan tuh?
Tim website.
Oh.
Ya.
Oke. Masuk mana Mas Alek ya?
Mohon maaf.
Tolong yang grupnya Alek, tolong.
Saya tidak punya nomornya kayaknya.
Hah? Siapa yang punya nomor Mas Alek? Mas Cahyo.
Iya Bu, saya Bu sedang
Ya, tolong.
masih di kontak nih Bu. Sebentar Bu, habis Jumatan soalnya Bu, sebentar.
Iya, takutnya dia nongkrong di itu warteg, lupa terus. Kita nunggu hostnya sebentar ya, yang akan memulai.
Mbak Dia udah gabung tuh.
Oh sudah, Mbak
Halo
Dia.
Mbak Dia.
Halo Mbak Dia, selamat siang. Oh ya, Mbak Dia, mesti mute. Oh, berarti tunggu Prof. Ketut ya, Mbak Lilis ya?
Iya.
Karena
Masih ini.
ya.
Bentar Bu, saya masang kamera dulu.
Siap, siap Mbak Dia, siap. Prof. Ketut diundang Mbak Dia.
Ya, masih di lantai 2 biar sebentar kembali lagi ke atas katanya.
Ya, mesti makan ya.
Mas Usman udah masuk Bu.
Mas Usman udah masuk. Siap. Halo Mas Usman. Tinggal Bung Alek kan yang belum masuk. Masih dikit Mas Usmannya. Masih makan kali. Kalau Alek nulis dengan siapa? Mas Cahyo?
Iya Bu, dengan saya Bu.
Oke.
Dengan
Yang saya
Mas Rian
presentasi.
juga. Iya, saya udah bikin rekaman juga Bu.
Ya udah, berarti kalau Mas Alek terus udah ada Anda gitu kan.
Iya, benar Bu.
Apa sudah lengkap semua?
Sudah,
masih
rasanya cuma kurang satu aja kok Mbak. Nanti menyusul.
Oh, sebentar, saya pastiin Prof. Dana dulu masuk ya, sebentar.
Ya, iya betul Mbak. Sebentar. Salam jumpa ya Mbak.
Kakak, jangan terlalu berisik nanti ya. Malah tambah berisik. Kakak, ya cucian udah selesai belum pengeringnya? Ini kan udah dari tadi. Udah nggak kedengeran bunyinya?
Prof. Ardana sudah di samping saya, bisa dimulai saja katanya.
Terima kasih Prof.
Ini Prof Heni.
Ya.
Bentar, saya arahkan ke Prof. Ardana.
Oh ya.
Itu sudah Prof.
Ya, yang Prof sampai kelihatan itu
Ya, silakan.
Ya. Ya, silakan Mbak Dia.
Selamat siang, Bapak dan Ibu dari BRIN. Yang saya hormati, hari ini kita dari sesi khusus untuk IKN BRIN. Sudah lengkap semua, ada, Mas ya, pendata dulu. Untuk Bapak Moderator, Pak Ivan sudah hadir.
Sudah.
Aman.
Kemudian dari saudara pembahas ada Prof. Ardana dan Ibu Lilis.
Hadir Mbak Dia.
Ya, selamat sore Bu.
Sore.
Jadi di sesi ini ada 8 sesi ya, 8 peserta dengan bagi menjadi 3 sesi. Sesi pertama ada Smart and Inclusive City, an overall of governance concept for the new capital of Nusantara in Raja Pasir, kemudian Towards Smart and Inclusive IKN dan Communication Lead. Tadi saya share juga untuk sesinya. Untuk dibuka, awal saya akan langsung putarkan pembuka oleh Ibu Heni ya, rekaman dari
Pak Prof Ketut dulu.
Oh, Prof Ketut dulu, oke. Prof Ketut silakan ya Pak ya.
Assalamualaikum Mbak Heni.
Waalaikumsalam Prof. Sukses, selamat ya untuk pencapaiannya.
Ya. Kita sudah mulai ya Mbak ya?
Ya, oke.
Oh, belum. Jadi terima kasih saya Prof. Ardana menjadi discussion untuk sesi ini, sesi proyek dari IKN, dari Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional di bawah koordinator Prof. Heni Wasilah dan timnya. Jadi saya berikan kesempatan waktu sekitar 20 menit untuk mempresentasikan Mbak Heni, Prof. Heni.
Ya.
Silakan.
Ya, terima kasih Prof. Ardana. Mbak Dia bisa ditolong di play rekaman saya.
Ya, di situ di special session itu ada topik Smart City, Smart Inclusive City. Itu ada Prof. Heni Wasilah, Bu Lilis Mulyani, Bu Galuh Sabana, Indra Prahasa, Ramadi, Raisi dan Faidin Radi Jammer Hermanto.
Ya.
Nah, ini ada sekitar 3 ya. Yang nomor 2 itu Towards a Smart and Inclusive IKN, a Voice Approach. Itu ada Mas Uus Faisal, Firdausi, Riri Kusumarani, dan Rahmat. Kemudian yang nomor 3 Communication Lead, Strategy for Development of the New National Capital City Nusantara IKN. Ada Dida Dirgahayu, Cecilia Suprapti, Dwi Takaryani, Diana Sari. Cuma itu aja.
Ini ada 8.
Oh, ada 8. Yang ini juga yang nomor 2.
Udah, ini udah.
Udah. Oh ya. Jadi baca semua itu. Ya.
Dari Bu Lilis bisa.
Dari Bu Lilis ada. Ini Bu Lilis mempresentasikan dulu ya Bu Lilis ya. Memperkenalkan
ya, diri. Yang presentasi dari tim Bu Heni nanti ada
Mas Hanan ya. Memperkenalkan diri
Mas Hanan. Gimana Mbak Heni? Jadi
sebetulnya saya sudah bikin rekaman untuk pembukaan saya ke Mbak Dia, bisa di play Mbak Dia?
Ya langsung Mbak, langsung aja.
Oh kalau langsung ya silakan, berarti Mas Hanan yang langsung presentasi karena tim kami ditunjuk Hanan ya. Hanan silakan. Ini audio yang mana Pak Dia?
Ya, untuk presentasinya kan pakai video.
Ya,
ini
silakan pakai video, bisa Hanan.
Sepertinya pembukaannya Ibu deh.
Saya berarti dengar pembukaan coba.
Tapi mohon di-share audionya Mbak.
Nggak kedengaran ya?
Nggak kedengeran.
Enggak
Apa mau dari saya aja?
Jangan gigit.
Iya, dari Mas saja.
Boleh? Saya coba ya.
Iya.
Oke, saya coba share out. Tolong dimatiin dulu share-nya, Mbak.
Mbak Dia dimatikan dulu.
Halo.
Halo Mbak Dia, dimatikan dulu.
Mbak.
Kayaknya nggak kedengeran deh.
Halo Mbak, tolong dimatiin dulu biar
Mbak
saya
Dia,
bisa share
mesti
screen.
unmute ya Mbak Dia, mesti unmute. Dicolek Pak Ketut kan di sebelah Anda, Prof Ketut, Mbak Dia.
Yang kedengaran cuma di HP, di komputer yang nyalain aja Bu, di kitanya enggak.
Iya.
Nggak kedengeran ya?
Tolong
Itu saja akan
dulu
di-share
aja,
ulang
Mbak.
oleh Pak Ipan.
Oh iya, oke.
Stop share aja Mbak Diahnya.
Oke.
Saya coba ya.
Mas Ivan mulai perkenalan dulu harusnya.
Iya, makanya.
As a moderator ya.
Yes, okay. Shall I switch the language now?
Yes, I think you should.
Okay, okay. Let me share my screen first. Hold on. Okay, Assalamualaikum everyone. Can you see my screen clearly? Okay, good afternoon everyone. I think today is an exciting event because finally we have a chance to share what we've been thinking so far and written so far about IKN, right? First of all, thank you Universitas Indonesia Denpasar and the 9th International Conference on Interreligious and Intercultural Study, ICIIS, for giving us this, the time in this sharing session. This special session, IKN Nusantara New Capital, is in conjunction with the book that PMB is currently preparing, titled Assembling Nusantara: Mimicry, Friction, and Resonance in the New Capital Development. I will not say much about this. Prof. Henny later will say something probably in her opening. But today, as you've seen on my screen, we'll be dividing in 3 sessions. Per session, there will be 2 to 3 presenters, and each presenters will have 10 minutes to present their paper. But I think since all of you already sending the video, we will play the video, and then after each, in the end of every session, there will be discussant. We'll be discussing about the 3 papers or the 2 papers that have been presented so far. Okay, so without further ado, I will give the floor to Prof. Henny Warsila to give opening remarks. And for this, I will switch on the audio that Prof. Henny already giving me. Okay, give me a while, yeah. Okay, let me share the audio. Oops, hold on.
Assalamualaikum
Can you hear the audio?
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Niswastu atas nama budaya and salam kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, the audience of the International ICIIS UNHI participants with a special session for the new capital of Nusantara. Good morning. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Henny Warsila from the Center for Community and Cultural Research PMB BRIN. Got a proud opportunity to create a special panel on the development of the new capital of Nusantara from Professor Dr. Ketut Ardana from UNHI. Therefore, on behalf of the PMB BRIN, Rural and Urban Studies Research Group, I would like to thank you very much for the offer and the support given. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special panel of International ICIIS UNHI with the theme about Assembling Nusantara, Mimicry, Friction, and Resonance in the New Capital Development, hosted by Rural Urban Studies Research Group, Center for Community and Cultural Research, Social Sciences and Humanities Research Organization, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. In short, this panel will examine and analyze development the Indonesian New Capital. The Indonesian New Capital planning is being anticipated as reflecting identity and social character of Indonesia. For a city as a gift from Indonesia to the world, model of future Indonesian cities, and many other extraordinary labels. As been discussed in social science disciplines in the last 2 decades, a city is assemblage of human, their works, plans, documents, policies, and non-human objects, biodiversity, landscape, geography, physical infrastructure, building, and public spaces. Processes, social relationships, social infrastructures, and others. In this view, IKN Nusantara will forecast the living spaces for human and non-human cohabitation. Assembling Nusantara is a scientific, social, cultural study that aims to research, understand, and approach the reality of an ongoing developmental transformation of the new capital city. There are 8 abstracts that pass on this special panel, which will later be developed into a book. In this book, the said living spaces and processes will be viewed using 3 concepts: mimicry, friction, and resonance. Mimicry, similar but not a copy, is borrowed by geography to illustrate the similarities between capital cities, geopolitical narrative, shared imageries, and forms of new capital cities. Friction in anthropology discusses how global connection move various actors who do not always agree, processes that do not always in line, or collaboration between the diverse groups that intersect. And resonance in sociology observes a responsive relationship between a subject or a thing. They communicate in their own voice, unique and not just echoing others. Mimicry, friction, and resonance are crucial in assembling, knitting, weaving, and shaping IKN Nusantara into reality. This special panel will be discussed by Professor Dr. Ketut Ardana, Dr. Lilis Mulyani from PMB BRIN, and Dr. Visya Ita Yulianto from UGM, and this special session will be moderated by Ivan Kurniawan Nasution, a PhD candidate from the National University of Singapore. For that, I would like to say thank you very much to the reviewers and moderators, and so as not to waste time, I will leave this event to moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you for the opening. I think without further ado, I think you've been introduced to the panelists later, Prof. Ketut from Udayana and Prof. Lilis from Kampus, right? So I will start to play the video. The first presenter is a smart and inclusive city, an offer of governance concept from the new capital Nusantara in Panajam Pasir, East Kalimantan. The team is Bu Heni Warsila, Bu Lilis, Mas Galuh, Yoka, Rusdan, and Mas Praditya Ananto. I think I will play the video. Let me know if you can hear it well. Just give me a second. Can you see my screen?
Hello everybody.
Yeah, can you hear clearly? Okay, I will play the video. This is the first video of the first session.
Good afternoon. My name is Praditya Menhananto, aka Hanan. Our presentation is about smart and inclusive city, an offer of governance concept for the new capital of the Nusantara in Panajam Pasir, East Kalimantan. Our affiliation from BRIN, National Research and Innovation Agency. We are from Research Group Carol Urban Studies from PMB BRIN. The plan of President Joko Widodo about moving capital city government center from Jakarta to Penajam Pasir considered ambitious because it's unprecedented by global standards. But he also stated that the new IKN will not only accommodate government office, but will also become a driving force for the new economy. Hence, it's not just an ordinary city, but it will become a jungle city with world-class education and health services. From point of view academic, the plan to move the national capital is still debatable among scientists because the choice of the exclusive paradigm in development is contrary to the inclusivity paradigm. There is also mainstream approach that says poverty from an academic point of view. The other alternative is to understanding that social exclusion occurs as a result of asymmetrical social relation and is not based on equality. According to French sociologist René Lanois, the opposite of exclusivity, the principle of inclusivity, refers to the involvement of the public in planning and development by placing the importance of active citizen participation as the subject of development. IKN Nusantara must be based on the smart city concept because the smart city concept is dynamic and changes according to the demands of the times. Smart city, in the opinion of Karen Liu and Rich Ken, is a city that able to use human resource, social capital, and modern telecommunication infrastructure, again ICT, to realize sustainable economic growth and quality of life with wise resource management through public participation-based government. The important factor from smart city citizen are level of qualification, affinity to long life learning, sociality, ethnic plurality, flexibility, creativity, openness, and participation in public life. Now is about potential of natural resource and cultural footprint from food to forest. The economic contribution of North Penajam Pasir Regency is only 9.25 trillion rupiah in 2020 based on data obtained from the BPS of East Kalimantan province. The IKN candidate only contributed 1.49% to the GRDP of East Kalimantan province, and this portion was the second smallest after Mahakam Ulu Regency. The relationship between humans and nature and all the activity that occur in it, like economic, social, culture, and politics, so far that has formed Penajam Pasir Utara is a legacy that needs to be maintained and grown to become a foundation in the development of the new national capital city. There is also potential conflict and human resource towards smart city. According data from the Indonesian Central Statistics Agency, East Kalimantan experienced the highest mass conflict compared to other provinces on the island of Kalimantan. The North Penajam Pasir Regency has at least two large indigenous groups, Bajau and Dayak Pasir Bali. The big challenge faced by these two groups is related to the protection of customary land rights that have the potential to take over land from outside parties. As a nation capital, urbanization will take place rapidly and trigger many migrants. There are disadvantaged groups and occupy the lowest layer of social stratification, urban poverty phenomenon. Smart and inclusive city can be conceptual basis for the success of the government's agenda in planning relevant city plans, especially for vulnerable groups of people who are marginalized. The concept of smart city close to digital technology, so it can be used to map various potential areas that can develop and not marginalized in the process. What is the urgency of smart people? Batam City as an example was that a city that also planned from the scratch, just like a new Kawasan city. Batam basically composed of mainland and hinterland. The former is the big island, while the latter is a small island scattered around the big island, some connected by a bridge and some connected by a boat. There is a great difference development between them, especially in infrastructure areas such as the needing of clean water, electricity, and internet connection. One of local initiative in Batam is from Karang Taruna. They create an app that can locate people with social welfare problem, AKPMKS, hence make government easier giving them aid each year. Such app is necessary since many people coming to Batam, which make the most of the population is Indian. Of course, not all immigrant or local people had succeeded, which make them need to be supported by the government. But since immigrants tend to move, it make government harder to locate them, hence coming them then help the government. Another main community element in Batam is Batam Community Network, BCN. This community is a creative community that accommodates various other communities in Batam City. This makes BCN work at the grassroots level, which strengthens the social cohesion of the community in Batam City. Did we need smart people in smart city? The answer is yes. It's true that a smart city can exist without smart people, but she would grow any faster than if she had it. Then the master plan of smart city is mandatory, and it must be including smart people. Take Batam for example, because there is no master plan. Make most society to university people didn't know what to do. It's true that they did what smart people should do. Solving internet electrical problem by creating mini solar power plant, or such as how local community process plantation product like Ansar Cassava into tapioca flour to processing waste into fuel. At some point, we agree that some of the smart to do is for their own merits. Just now, like it's better to turn Ansar Cassava into flour than throw it out. But some people do it for social cause, such as apps to locate PMK's person or make the habit winner. The latter one occurs in Surabaya, where even though there is a competition, the price of the competition are not much compared to the cost incurred to beautify their reputation. Did we need smart people in the capital? The answer is mandatory. The problem is how to do that. By our finding, the smart people occur either because they were born and raised in the city and have concern, like from Karang Taruna people, or have a concern about city, which is usually already financial free, like BCN person, or for their own merits, such as making flour from Ansar Cassava, or like university people who make solar panels because it is an assignment and mandatory for community services. As the previous chapter stated, there is always potential conflict in this new capital agenda. At least the city will be composed of two parties, local and incumbent. If we refer to those who later become smart people, the gain for the city is a common commission, and it mostly comes from local people. But only if local people have no feeling of being marginalized. In this scenario, the government has to make policies that produce smart people composed by both parties to achieve a common goal together. The reversal of affiliated communities in BCN is a form of bonding social capital that unite various resources with unique characteristics in each of these communities. The unification of these various resources certainly has practical implications as a solution to the reality of the social problem facing. In broader scope, BCN also synergizes with the Indonesia Creative City Network, ICCN. For recommendation, the use of the smart and inclusive city paradigm is the most ideal choice because in addition to promoting improvement in social relations, it is also able to grow economic value, maintain an environmental balance, use digital technology, and involve the community. In the future, the IKN should become a smart and inclusive city. Thank you for watching.
Okay, thank you for the video, Mr. I will go to the next video. The second presenter is will be presenting about toward a smart and inclusive IKN, a photo voice approach. I think this will be from the ground up. It's Mr. Uus Faisal Firdausi and Ms. Riri Kusumarani and Mr. Rahmat. I will play the video in a short while. Please let me know whether it is okay. Oops.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Riri.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My
Okay.
name is Riri, and I will be presenting the research that my colleague and I wrote. The title is Towards a Smart and Inclusive IKN, a Photo Voice Approach. Our paper is triggered by the development of IKN, which has indeed sparked interest from academicians. But when we go through previous studies on IKN along with the concept of smart and inclusive city, we found tremendous number of discussion focusing on marginalized people, economic perspective, as well as geographic and environmental perspective. Therefore, our research tried to address the gap of limited number of studies that discuss general public aspirations on the development of smart and inclusive IKN. We asked the question, what is an inclusive IKN according to the general public? Our research argued that the citizen participation in designing the new IKN will improve their sense of belonging to it. To do so, we are introducing a methodology named Photo Voice, which is a part of participatory action research. In Photo Voice, the citizens act as informants who document aspects of their life through photography and then give explanation on the photo that they are taking. Photo Voice has the ability to reach the unreachable. It's an approach to increase collective participation in order to enable development of bottom-up and inclusive IKN policies. Our study was conducted between August and September 2022. It has gone from several steps, starting from objects and participant selection, up to identify themes based on photos submitted. And these are the results. There are 9 out of 13 of our informants who successfully submitted photos with photo description, and a total number of 64 photos were uploaded. Among this, we deleted 8 of them because it doesn't fit the criteria. A codebook was developed based on a study from Antti Roik and Bijong in 2020 about inclusive city. So what are the photos telling us? We came up with 6 themes from the photos based on the analysis. The first theme is the issue of person with disability, in which our participants highlight the importance of city facilities to accommodate person with disabilities. Person with disabilities is known to face challenge when interacting on urban space. The development of IKN also need to adhere on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities by the United Nations, which is giving accessibility in both urban and rural space, and these include the access to physical environment, transportation, ICT, and also services. The second themes that come up within the photos are child and age-friendly city. According to World Health Organization, age-friendly city aims to develop supportive urban communities and places for elderly. Along with this, our participants also expressed the need for creating facilities for children, a place and or open space which combine activities, community activities, and socializing, and can be a child-friendly space, according to one of our participants. The third theme that came up is the waste management. Waste management itself is a classic city problem. Our informants think that the future IKN should avoid creating waste problems and offer innovative solutions to such issue. Quoting from one of our informants, rivers and garbage are classic city problems. With good waste and waste handling, along with smart environment concept, it is hoped that the rivers in IKN can be clean and also protecting the ecosystem of living. The four themes that came up is the safety and design. According to Saadi in 2019, the government needs not only to build safe and design public facilities, but also need to carry out infrastructure audits regularly. Traditional markets in Indonesia are clean, without garbage, neatly arranged. There is no air pollution, and the people are disciplined and comply with applicable rules and regulations, as stated by one of our informants. Access for all is divided into two smaller themes. The first is equality across income level, in which are our informants saying that facilities and service to be readily accessible regardless of economic difference or location. The second sub-theme is access to information, in which public displayed information needs to be easy to access and understandable. Quoting from Sutter White in 2016, access to information is a key element alongside protecting fundamental freedoms. And then we found out that the existence of public facilities that are accessible for every level of society will significantly enhance the inclusiveness of the city. And the last theme that came up is about culture. Citing from Zahir in 2018, which proposed a smart city framework, will need to consist of at least three aspects. First one, smart metabolism. Second is smart culture, and third is smart governance. Our participant expressed the need for appropriate culture, because without the presence of people's cultural support, innovation will become useless. So what is not expressed? It is surprising that we only found 2 photos showing ICT-related theme. Therefore, we are raising the question, does the IKN development, the facilities in IKN, does it need to be high-tech, or just need to offer basic solution to the society? In conclusion, photo first allow us to understand what people think about the future IKN should be from the inclusivity aspect. We have presented 6 themes based on general public opinion. However, there are limitations that this study needs to be addressed. The first one, our informants cannot represent general public in Indonesia. And the second one, the photo voice methodology that we did needed to be executed in full cycle, in which we skip the photo exhibition part. And this is the end of my presentation. Let me know if you have questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the second presenter. And I think we come to the third presenter of the first session. It will be about communications lead strategy for the development of the new national capital city Nusantara. This is from Mr. Dirgahayu, Cecilia Supraptidwi Takaryani, and Ms. Diana Sari. I will play the video in a short while. Okay, just give me a moment. Can you see the video? And is the sound okay?
To who have given the opportunity to give exposure with them all the time. Good afternoon, all participants of the International Conference of Interreligious and Intercultural Studies. Special thanks to Dr. Ketut Ardana, Dr. Alis Mulyani, and Dr. Philip Hussain.
Could you increase the volume, please, Mas Ivan?
In the special session of
Can you hear? It's already maximum.
Oh, okay.
To facilitate our research team, Punar Urban Study. Our research is communication led, strengthening communication strategy for the new national capital development from public perspective. I would like to introduce the research team. This activity consisting of Saya Suprapti Rimi Takaryani, Diana Sari, and I am Ida Dirgahayu. We are researcher for Society and Culture National Innovation Research Agency, GAIN. For introduction, the relocation of new capital is national step that need to be taken based on considering and through of comprehensive study. Among them, to encourage the acceleration of national growth rate, job, reduce the capital's current ecological burden, consider social, economy, politics, culture, defense, and security, and consider about potential natural disaster. Then the new capital will also become a super hub of economic growth in Eastern Indonesia. The relocation of the capital city is not just moving the location of the capital and the government building. Along the implementation process has been and will see faced with various problems, just like agrarian conflict, social conflict, customary law, and dangerous peoples and human rights. Substantial on infrastructure, the transfer of ISN. The crucial issue is not only a shift in location, but also how to communicate it to the public. If the government doesn't optimally communicate, it's misunderstood by the public. It is need a communication strategy, starting from planning, implementation, as well as the direction of the target. Conceptual framework, the urgency of relocation capital. The relocation of state capital is not a new phenomenon. Based on data, there are 31 countries in the world that are moving the capital city. At this time, 35 countries that have planned to move their country capital. Certainly, communication strategy, the government certainly has carried out communication strategies to success and overcome problem arising for information on the construction of the capital. Indicator of the communication strategy component in this research based on the Laswell and Wilburn formulation. The methods. This study used a quantitative approach to describe the indicator of the communication model. The data used are primary data obtained through data collection with questionnaire and distributed online. Respondents were net and fill in based on time sampling and accidental approach to data collection. The indicator used the synthesis approach of the Laswell model and Wilburn model. The form of instrument is a self-assessment with a Likert scale. Data analysis is done descriptively and wait to obtain information on the value of each communication model indicator. Research and discussion, respondent profile. The respondents in this study were 232 people, spread over 31 provinces in Indonesia, consisting of men 49% and women 59.91. The highest respondents' educational background is bachelor and master degree. Most of the respondents have occupation as governance employee. About access and knowledge related to the new capital of the respondent, they knew about the national capital city. The high type of information received by respondent is about plan to relocate the state civil apparatus, information about geographical condition. In addition to the choice of information, media source, social media has the highest score, follow online news media and television. This data shows how the speed of social media in conveying information is compared to news sites and conventional media. Social media is not limited by space and time. Online news and television has are limited by the rules of making and broadcasting. The most trusted media to obtain information the government website and his score, following television and online news. The government's official website has clear shows credibility. WhatsApp is the highest score about the social owners and the most social media users. The results show that WhatsApp was the most quickly online respondent. Perspective on government communication is research based on large-scale communication that the model has 5 elements such as communicator, message, media, communicant, and effect. The model synthesizes a description of those sub-areas as follows. Communicator area data show that the communicator area has high probability from the average value. The data above show the value of a good communicator as the percentage value of the sub-area is greater than the average value. Communication leads have strength and the main source of information conduct corporate trades in international government and disseminate to the public. Communicators have opportunities and access to use the media, especially social media, website, and mainstream media such as television, but respond about religious, national, and discipline, so that the average value is great higher than the present value of sub-area. This is indicating a low value and the need for effort to improve communication. In this case, communication need strategy, not only planning, creating, and distributing, but also being able to quickly anticipate negative feedback. About channel area, the result of survey show that the public government has used electronic media in conveying the message is still lacking in using social media. Audience or communication area, the survey results show that information conveyed by the communicator or government has covered the wider community, but information with a personal scope is still lacking. About effect area, as many as of respondents state that the information on new capital submitted by government enrich the understanding of the message. The information conveyed motivate to support new capital. The data provide an overview as well as saying the government's communication strategy. Conclusion for this research: strengthening the communicator area in the sub-area. Communicators must have a fast and precise response in managing feedback message that will arise in a more complex manner, not even a little as a whole. Strengthening the message area with the necessity to strengthen the strategy of using the direct communication media, personal, face-to-face communication, especially to people who are directly affected by the national capital development, which will be able to disseminate message in more detail because they are open space for discussion and then feedback. Strengthening the channel area with sub-areas that need to be strengthened is the use of social media as channel of information conveyed by the government. Technological development encourage ownership and access to social media to become wider in the community. The advantage of social media without space and time limits can be one channel that can be accessed and respond to quickly by the public. Strengthening the message recipient area or audience with sub-areas that need to be strengthened, namely the recipient of the information is not only widely disseminated to the public, but can also be strengthened by providing information to specific individuals and the sustaining strategy is to disseminate information to recipients of personal message who have influence. Strengthening the area of effect with sub-areas of importance to encourage cooperation in understanding the message. It can be done through the government change or information development is delivered face-to-face, because in direct delivery of information there is the direct interaction between the government and the public. Strengthening the feedback area where the government needs to provide verification relates to public understanding. The strategy is by providing information through channel, media, and that can interact directly with the public, such as using online media face-to-face directly. There are international participants who are interested in the conference. That's our presentation. Thank you for attention and time given. To conclude, we would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to all respondents who have helped in this research activity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We have come to the end of the first session, which I will invite the two discussants, Prof. Lilis and Prof. Ketut, to say something about the three presented papers. Can I pin the two of you?
Maybe Prof. Ketut can go first.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me. Where is Prof. Ketut?
Yeah. So I would like to say just after your presentation, I would like to say that we have, if I am not mistaken, we have around 3 projects about the new capital city. The first one is about the IKN is carried out by the research team from the University of Indonesia and Denpasar, Universitas Hindu. The second one is from the University of Lampung Mangkurat, from Banjarmasin, and the last one is this is about the research project from LIPI. So have been our team have been there for maybe 3 times. 3 times I have been there in the city. And what is my impression that you know that in the core of the project, actually IKN is still empty. Nobody stay there, nobody live there. So this is still empty. But the surrounding region like the Penajam and Pasir, so there are so many local people that are mixed. And I would like to say this kind of multicultural society. So as a multicultural society in where most of them most of them are the Javanese, the Bugis, and the Bugis. So my question is to Prof. Henny and your member of team. My question is, did you or do you read some reference on Kalimantan? Have you read the reference about the Kalimantan regarding how the cosmological perception, the cosmological point of view of the people in the region, like the Japanese has their cosmological term is based on Kuta Negara Agung Monconegoro. That's something like that. So if the case is most of them are the Javanese, I just worry that it could be something, the same thing will be happen in Kalimantan. But if not, and then just look back to the composition of the ethnicity who's still there. So my question is, who with whom you already interviewed about your data, about your research project. With whom? Is the Bugis, mixed, the Javanese, or with whom? Yeah, that's my question, yeah. And also, if you read about the book written by Jeroen Toon, his book title is about the extreme in the archipelago. Extreme in the archipelago. This means he has clarified between inner Indonesia and outer Indonesia. Inner Indonesia is Java, Sumatra, and Bali, but outer Indonesia is Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Papua, and so on. So, what do you think about this Jeroen Toon works on extreme in the archipelago? Because he traced back the pastime of the story of the Kalimantan, since there were not so many mining at the time, because the Dutch colonial only concentrated their point of view on the Java and Sumatra, but not in Kalimantan. And now we just jump to Kalimantan. What's make different? And then after the Indonesia independence since August 17, so we know about the concept of Eastern Indonesia and Western Indonesia. It's the same terminology, I guess, yeah. From central, periphery, and then inner, outer Indonesia, and then Western and Eastern Indonesia. So I just ask you about this kind of the concept of the cosmology of the people in the region. The second question is about what you mean by smart city. Because smart city is the concept where if the local culture play a major role, and then this local culture or local wisdom is abstract from the local knowledge. But the local knowledge means not only for the positive aspect, but also negative aspect. In this case, we should see what kind of local wisdom you will pay attention from the case of Kalimantan. Do you think that local wisdom is something like a local wisdom in Java or local wisdom for the Bugis society in Kalimantan? Yeah, if that is the case, and then the concept of smart city actually means that as far as the government, if the government as local government, national government, or the district, provincial, and also the central government succeeded in using local knowledge, local wisdom to make improvement, to improve the prosperity of the people based on architectural, based on food, culinary, gastronomy, based on customary law or pakaian adat, for instance, and also for the performance, dancing, music, and something like that. So, as far as the local government can use all of this local knowledge, all of the local wisdom to improve the prosperity of the people. Do you think that you mean by the smart concept of the smart city? And that's my analysis of my question that I would like to address to all of you in order to be able to make it clear that at least your research project is very wonderful, it's very important because there is not yet so many projects on EKN, yeah. Because it may be hard for you, yeah. So I just want to know how many times you go to the how many times did you go to the field research, and what is your experience there? And then can you give me some impression on how you were there to do your research, and then in the context of social resilience. Social resilience is very important. In Indonesia daya lenting sosial, ya, not only from social cultural but also from economic and political aspect. Yeah. As you know, we know about so many hard discussion and still debatable whether you mean that the idea to move the Ibu Kota or the new capital city is already the 100% decision, or just if and then there is the change of policy of the national government is that could be make a change for decision to move capital city to Kalimantan. Yeah, that is my question and comment to you, to all of you. Thank you very much, Bu, from Eni Warsila.
Thank you, Pak Ketut. Yeah. Can I invite the presenter first to respond, or Prof. Dilis wants to say something first, or? Okay. Sure. Then let me invite the presenter first to respond to a question from Pak Ketut. Anyone wants to start? Prof. Henny?
Oke, saya bisa jawab kali ya. Thank you, Prof. Ketut Ardana ya. We will have all input and criticism from the reviewer, and we will expound on this input in the draft book in the future ya. For the cosmology has not been explored, but for the conflict and ethnicity, we research and write a lot. Our natural resource conflict are well studied, so that they turn into ethnic conflict. We agree. Of technology for develop to smart people program, and Bali is the best experience for the IKN Smart City, I think. Bali and Batam. Prof. Ketut is a lot of right about the smart city. Thank you for the. Mungkin Galuh mungkin bisa tambah.
Okay, please, Prof. Edi, please start again. Sorry about the disturbance.
Pak Galuh, or anyone wants to add to Prof. Henny's answer?
Galuh, Yoka, please.
It's about the cosmology and what is a smart city. How do you define a smart city?
I add something probably, Pak Ivan?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for your remarks, Pak. Okay. The first one is about cosmology. I think it is the one that we haven't included in our analysis. It's not become our focus, but your remarks will be a valuable input for our revision. And the second one is about the definition of smart city. There are a lot of definitions about smart city, and there are no agreements between different scholars what smart city actually means. But in our book, our definition is quite simple. Smart city is actually a blend between smart technology in cities, and about how we clearly and from this very general definition, and then we argue that it is also I mean, if we talk about smart city, we also have to see how do we understand the cities in which the digital technology is injected. By this I mean that if you talk about smart city in the context of Indonesia and also in the context of the new capital of Indonesia, it should be differentiated from the smart city that have been experienced by cities in the global north. That is the case that we would like to highlight in our paper. So, starting from this point of view, we focus on the understanding that the development of smart city in Nusantara should start from our focus on the development of the citizens, and how should then citizens be facilitated by this kind of development. So technology is not not panacea to address all urban goals. If they could not, for instance, facilitate the insertion or the participation of citizens at equal basis. Those are 2 and 3 additional things that I would like to share. Thank you, Mas Ivan.
Prof. Ketut, is it satisfactory, or anything else you would like to add?
Just one.
Okay, sure.
Just one. I would like to focus. My question is whether you have another news or collaborative research with other universities, I mean in the local universities like Universitas Al-Amun Mangkurat and also University of Mula Warman, who already is doing the same research there. So and then I think you can compare comprehensively and also comparatively your research project and with the local university there. So I think there will be not a gap between your research and research is conducted by the local university by University of Mula Warman.
Yeah, not yet, Prof. But it is important for doing the collaboration. In the future, maybe with the UNHI also is interesting.
Thank you. Welcome.
For talk about the IKN.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Thank you.
Before
Thank you,
I
Prof.
give-
Annie. I think it's okay, moderator.
Okay, before I give to Prof. Lilis, is there anyone from the other two presenter who wants to respond to Prof. Yusuf, Prof.
Yes,
Ketut?
Mas Ipan.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mas Ivan and Prof. Ketut and all the participants. Maybe I want to add a little bit about the discussion. Again, thank you for the great question, Prof. Ketut, about you asking about smart city and whether we have any experience in IKN. My team with the paper toward smart and inclusive city of IKN through photo voice. Basically, our research is exercising how public voice can be heard according to policy to build new IKN in Indonesia. So we saw that most of the time when we develop about policy, any policy, including building new capital, the voice of general public, particularly the marginalized people, most of the time is being neglected. So we propose photo voice as a method to evaluate whether they can to evaluate and give sort of facilitate so their voice could be heard. And we also want to know how their aspiration about IKN issue that quite happening in recent years. And the findings show that all the participants, that mostly general public and roughly more than 80% of our participants living abroad as a domestic worker in Hong Kong. From finding, they can aspire they aspiration about the IKN that showed even general public could build their agency about the IKN. So hopefully in the near future we can visit IKN to hear the voice of local society, local people in the IKN or the city around the IKN construction. I think that's all from me. Maybe my friend will add something. Thank you, Mas Ipan and Prof. Ketut.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Uus. Anybody wants to add, Pak Dida, or otherwise I'll give the floor to Prof. Lilis. No? Okay, Prof. Lilis, time is yours.
Thank you, Mas Ivan. I'm not a professor yet, but
okay.
Diaminkan aja ya. Thank you very much for everyone's presentation. I really enjoy them, and Prof. Ketut, I'm really proud to say that all the participants of this session is coming from our centers. With some collaboration with outside colleagues as well too, but mostly are from the Research Center for Society and Culture. Yes, and for the first paper, I think it would be a little bit there is a conflict of interest if I give some comments and criticism to the paper, because my name is in it. I did read it. I did read the draft, and however, I haven't really got a chance to give some comments to it. Yes, I think I agree that we need to clarify the concept and the terms smart and inclusive city. There is the concept is really interesting, and it's not only interesting, it's really important for the newly built capital of Nusantara in Penajam Pasir Utara. Yeah. However, the examples of the other cities given is having a very different characteristic and nature with the supposed newly capital Nusantara, yeah, in terms of the ecosystems, in terms of the population, in terms of history. So I think we need to give that kind of context a little bit. Some little bit explanation of that context in the paper, Prof. Henny, yeah, because there are different contexts, different nature, and different characteristics between the compared cities to the one that we imagine as the new capital later on built in the Penajam Pasir Utara. What interests me is like when the paper talk about the bond creation of different groups of communities. So I think the paper already have assumption that the population of the new capital is diverse. I think I would a little bit disagree with Prof. Ketut. I haven't been to Penajam Pasir, Prof. Ketut, but I would be very interested to go there and see by myself how diverse the community there. Because Hanan's presentation only said that there's two major ethnic groups there, the Bajau and the Bugis, and the Bajau and the Dayak, sorry, the Bajau and the Dayak. So how diverse is that the community is, and what is the imagination of the national government in regarding the population that will inhabit that new capital? Because from the government socialization, we can already imagine who will move to that new capital. As a government civil servant ourselves, we already knew that only those below 50s that are going to be relocated to the new capital, for example. So we can already have this kind of imagination that the government, the national government who designed this new capital, only wants young, productive, and highly educated population to inhabit the new capital. That's a problem. That's going to exclude a lot of groups. That's going to exclude a lot of groups from the based on gender, based on education, based on occupation, and based on ethnic diversity itself. We knew that if the chosen one, let's say the chosen one to inhabit the new capital is mostly ASN, yeah, mostly government civil servants, there will be a lot of, they will be dominated by Japanese, for example. I think we cannot deny that situation, and there will be a lot of potential conflict in these terms, and how that bond, the bond creation needs to be built. I think that's the paper needs to elaborate more about that one. And the second paper, thank you very much, Mbak Riri, Mas Uus, and who else? The other one, Mas Tatang, yeah?
Mas Rahmat.
Mas Rahmat, I'm sorry, Mas Rahmat. That's a very interesting and a very intriguing new approach to to seek the aspiration of the participants on what they imagine about the new capital. So I think it's a very recent approach following the pandemic that the photo voice as a method of research has begun to gain attention and gain a lot of places in social research. So we also know that true people sometimes can explain what their aspiration or what they think would build a smart and inclusive city by saying things like explaining things. But through the photo voice, I think we can see the imagination of the people, particularly the participant, on what a smart and inclusive city is. That's really interesting when you said that the 16th actually doesn't include the technological aspect, which is quite surprising for the result, yeah. And also it's also surprising for me, like the theme on safe community. We only saw the photo shows safety in terms of infrastructure and building safety, while we also have other aspects of safety, for example, safety and security from harms or from conflict or from crime, for example. While the people, maybe they imagine something more practical, something more close to their daily lives. For example, safe jembatan penyeberangan, ya, or safe buildings. Maybe people already have that kind of concern that the very rush development or buildings being built in the new capital, they have already concerned, will the buildings safe because it is built in such short terms, for example, like that. And the second, probably I want to ask to the team whether the participant is representing a lot of different groups of communities. Does it represent the voice of the people from urban, rural, from different education level, age, gender, and whether the participant, whether there are also participants from the Penajam Pasir Utara, for example, directly. And the third paper, Pak Dida, Mbak Diana, and Bu Prapti, thank you very much. I think it's a very good and a very comprehensive methodology, yeah? And the result is very good. Although I think we can improve the paper by adding what the next strategy needs to be taken by the government. For example, from the paper we can see that the primary source for information that people are getting information on the new capital is like through social media such as WhatsApp. And this paper probably needs to add what kind of information, whether it's correct information or incorrect information, and what are the government strategy to optimize the. I think we should also see the correct information by adding a lot of source. Ya, kadang from the government source is a formal, considered correct, but there are also some other alternative information which is also correct, like from the local perspective, from the local perspective views, for example. And I think that would be all. Once again, I would like to give congratulations to everyone and a high appreciation for all your efforts to make the paper. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ivan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lilis. Now I know. So basically, any immediate responses from the presenters? We have 1 minute to conclude the session. Otherwise, if no burning responses, I will go to the next session. Presenters?
Okay.
No?
Hanan?
Okay, Hanan.
all I thought. Nah, oke, Mas Ivan. Thank you, Mbak Lilis ya. There is a lag between business history and the development of IKN and Penajam Pasir. We have to give the context which is important in Penajam Pasir. And the question how diverse the ethnic group and how the local government imagine about the local population. Yes, there are a big lag between the local people and the urbanization people who develop ethnic conflict like in central Kalimantan between Madura and Dayak people. That the local government must prioritizing local people in the field of culture, human resource, economic, politics, technology, and offer the accessibility to human resources. The first is local people. For that, the inclusive development must be the good concept with the smart city, because they have invite the local people to participate in the development of new capital. That's it. The other.
Okay, if not, I will
Mas
continue
Yoka or
to
Galuh?
the next session. Okay, good. So we are on time. So the next session, it will be also 3 presenters. There are 2 videos, and I'll present myself in the fifth. The first one is about mitigation strategy for the potential culture shock in Nusantara capital. Sounds interesting. I will play the video in a short while. Okay, let me know whether you have seen. Oops. Some issues. Hold on, yeah. Just give me a moment. Okay, let me. Okay, you see the screen, okay? Yeah, I'll play.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tristania Pangaribuan,
Audio okay?
and together with my partner, Ms. Octolina Simatupang, we are going to present our paper in this international conference on interreligious and intercultural studies. What I'd like to present today is mitigation strategy for potential culture shock in Nusantara. As we all have known, the Indonesian government has designated Nusantara as the new state capital, or we called it with IKN as stated in Law number 3 of 2022 concerning the state capital. And the civil servants, or we call with ASN, are one of the human resources who got affected by the relocation of the capital city to IKN. The relocation of IKN then turned out to be a new problem. Several ASN of the central ministries or agencies are now flocking to arrange transfers. Uncertain conditions and situations about the existence of IKN contribute to the uncertainty for ASN to move. The changes that may be experienced when living in a new environment can affect a person's psychological condition. The inability to deal with the environment due to unfamiliarity with this way of thinking and role-playing ability is defined by Taft as a form of culture shock. Several studies have been done regarding the plans to the process of relocating or moving the capital that occurred in several countries, including Indonesia. But of the several studies that have been conducted, most of the focus of the study concerns aspects of physical development planning, such as infrastructure. No studies have been found that discuss the impact of relocating the nation's capital on its human resources. Although Indonesia's government plans to provide various facilities needed in IKN, it doesn't mean it could prevent the psychological impact on relocated ASN, such as culture shock. This paper examines the potential of culture shock that will arise as a result of the relocation of Indonesia's capital city to Nusantara and the conducted steps to minimize this impact. We use culture shock as literature review, but I'm just going to skip reading all the concept here. But the point is, according to Karl Oberg, culture shock arises as a result of anxiety resulting from familiar signs and symbols of social relationships. And this is Oberg's stages of culture shock, from stage honeymoon stage, crisis stage, recovery, until adjustment stage. This research is qualitative, descriptive, and data collecting using literature review. In 2019, Indonesia Development Monitoring conducted a survey regarding the willingness of ISN to be transferred to IKN. And as a result, 94.7% of ISN refused to be transferred for various reasons. And among them, mental unpreparedness and concerns about the availability of facilities that they have been able to easily enjoy in Jakarta. Unprepared mental to face various changes in the new environment is one of the triggers for the occurrence of culture shocks, and this cannot be ignored. The potential culture shock can be experienced by ISN considering that there will be changes in habits that occur in the new environment. There are changes in mobility or related to transportation, changes in life support facilities, and changes in work pattern. There are some surveys about transportation use in Jakarta, and those data show that the mobility of the population in Jakarta area and its surroundings is supported by public transportation facilities, both for trips to the office, school or campus, shopping centers, recreation areas, and others. And how about the support for transportation facilities in IKN? Transportation development in IKN is designed to prioritize public transportation and mobility that is low in emissions as well as pedestrian friendly. Nusantara is designed with a city concept of 10 minutes walking distance, so everyone in Nusantara takes only 10 minutes to go to one place. And with that kind of concept, the pattern of ISN habits in mobility will change from using mass transportation to using bicycles, employee transportation, or even walking. Cahyono and friends found that most of the commuters agree to walk with 100 until 300 meters from the station, while estimated normal mileage that can be done in 10 minutes is 1 kilometer. So this means that a commuter in Jakarta who doesn't mind having to walk between 100 until 300 meters from the station to the next destination must be willing to cover about 3 until 10 times the distance if he lives in Nusantara. Second changes of the IKN relocation is changes in life support facilities. Based on statistical data from Badan Pusat Statistik, currently available educational, health, shopping centers, and other facilities in North Penajam Pasir and Kutai Kartanegara regencies are very limited. Meanwhile, regarding the health facilities, Minister of Social Affairs Tri Risma Harini said Jakarta has the most complete access and facilities. The condition of educational facilities and infrastructure, shopping centers, and entertainment is also not much different from health facilities, both in terms of quantity and quality. Malls, culinary centers and cafes, as well as other entertainment venues such as parks and child-friendly playgrounds are still very few to find. And there is no information also regarding the certainty of the availability of houses of worship representing all recognized religious denomination in Indonesia. So, to support the availability of this facility, the head of Nusantara Capital Authority, Bambang Susantono, once said, in the first stage of the IKN development, the Presidential Palace, the Vice President's Palace, several ministry offices, and other essential supporting facilities such as education, health, daily necessities, and entertainment venues will be built. The last changes is changes in work pattern. In IKN, government offices will be built with the concept of sharing offices. It is different with Jakarta, where every ministry has its own building, formal and limited working space. This workplace transformation will also be supported by changes in work patterns by implementing a flexible working arrangement through an informal and digital-based workspace. So based on those changes, the potential culture shock might be experienced by ASN who move to IKN on honeymoon, crisis, and recovery stages. But each of stages could be experienced by ASN, could be not. Culture shock is a predictable phenomenon, so the symptoms of culture shock can be prevented or minimized by taking some preparation or preventive actions. Mitigation can be in the form of structural or non-structural. Suggestion of mitigation steps to be taken in minimizing the occurrence for culture shock, such as providing complete primary facilities, providing open space as an alternative entertainment venue that can be visited, and providing the excellent internet connection. While for the non-structural mitigation, we suggest a particular homecoming permit and counseling. And as the conclusion, in 2024, Indonesia's capital will switch from Jakarta to Nusantara. The switch of the capital caused a large number of ASN to also have to move to Nusantara. And as they are at Nusantara, they have the potential to experience culture shock. Mitigation actions need to be prepared in anticipation of preventing the detrimental impact of culture shock. Providing complete primary facilities, open space as an alternative entertainment venue that can be visited, excellent internet connection, counseling service, and particular homecoming permit are suggested as mitigation actions to handle the culture shock. And last, although culture shock is not the main problem in Indonesia's capital relocation process to Nusantara, this issue should not be ignored. I think that's all for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presenter. I think just one comment. I remember when moving to Netherlands, right? They give me a book of a Dutch culture shock. Probably one of the strategy, probably giving the ASN a guidebook how to navigate the Nusantara, right? The life in Nusantara. And okay, for the next presentation, it will be myself. So let me share my screen first. I don't make a video, so I will, hopefully you can bear with me in the next few minutes, 10 minutes. Hold on. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, I'll start. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the time. In this presentation, my name is Ivan. I'm working as a researcher in the NUS, and I'm studying part-time in NUS Geography. In this presentation, I will share about the relationship between planning documents and places with a case study of Nusantara planning documents. I will outline the background, research question for the paper, conceptual orientation, methods, analysis, and a small conclusion at the end. Okay, the relationship between documents and cities is historically recognized. The recent work, Cities on Paper, argues that documents frame how we see the city, hence how we think about it. They have the capacity to describe accurately the terrain and the world. They represent, theorize, and organize the future of the city. In the capital city discourse, relevant works discuss the roles of planning documents in different stages of city making, planning, construction, and post-construction stages. But however, little is said about the documents themselves, especially the role of references within the documents in supporting the written roles in the screen. And lastly, referencing is a common practice in urban scholars and professionals We refer to borrow knowledge, be inspired, or be inspired by other cities, right? For urban scholars, reference and comparison frame our thinking about cities. Earlier in the presentation, we referred to Batam and Surabaya for the smart city, right? Is to understand the similarities and differences across cities, urban actors, and urban processes. We compare our cities contextually, geographically, historically with other, and we gather them and assemble these stories into a new narrative of our city. But then the references are often inscribed implicitly or explicitly in cities planning documents, including the recent exercise of Nusantara Capital City. The question is, where do Nusantara planning documents refer to? But first, what is a document? Documents are objects and actions, nouns and verbs, things in themselves and relations. Documents are written records imbued with the ability to speak, be of the material word associated with the capacity to represent, stand for, or orient us toward a particular aspect of the world. Documents interact with places or context in two intertwined ways. One, documents are intended for self-explicating devices. They demarcate and specify the desired connection among people, objects, time, places, events, and they often direct people by bridging parts of the world into focus. Second, documents point to the setting or background knowledge. The possibility of comprehending documents is based on a shared understanding, a common context between writer and reader. To address research question, I analyzed the contents of 3 types of Nusantara planning documents. One is legal, naskah akademik and UU IKN. Second is design, which is the IKN master plan. And then third is the public documents or communication documents, which is the buku sakti, right? Governments, institutions author all the 3 documents. Thus, they share knowledge and language style. For example, they are using jargons or dry sentences. Also, they have differences. The legal documents, for example, are rigid and uniform in formats as any other official documents. For example, the template of naskah akademik is prescribed by the law, right? On the other hand, design documents heavily rely on visual and less textual materials. Public documents are concisely present all information about the plan, whether it be the background, case studies, vision, principles, criteria, legal basis, even funding. The 3 documents are used for different purposes and in different settings. To analyze, I will introduce 2 interrelated concepts. One is about inter-referencing, referring to the practice of citation, allusion, aspiration, comparison, and competition among cities, especially in Asia. Phelps and colleagues identify multiple ways of interreferencing. For example, policies are mobilized through various ranking or local government performance. For example, the top 10 mayors and region of Tempo magazine, right? From there, each region see what each other are doing. Or the other example is from using widespread of practice of study tours, as what the team in the first presenter do it in Batam, right? The studi banding, right? And then the third is collection and dissemination of good practices via documents or other means. And second concept is about tracing. Tracing is a process for comparing and connecting cities. There are 3 approaches to tracing. One, for example, looking at large or small, inspiring or dull, similar or dissimilar components of the cities, right? Second, attending to actors and their practices of copying, duplicating, or recording something from elsewhere. Third is drawing attention to the pathways, conduits, routes by which aspect of urbanization move from one place to another. In the next couple of slides, I will show the interreferencing are done in Nusantara planning documents. First, they are used for limiting the sites. The first location is the old capital city, Jakarta. Jakarta is mentioned extensively, imposing, and bleakly. Jakarta still holds the largest population and thus economic contribution. However, it is in a state of crisis. functionally overloaded, having scarcity of water, declining environmental carrier capacities. The documents persuade us to think about moving away from the deteriorating old capital. In the design document, while Jakarta is portrayed as a small dot off-center, the new capital city is represented as big dot at the epicenter of Indonesian archipelago. The documents discuss the new capital city in two ways. One is abstract, and secondly is about concrete. Conceptually, the new capital city is imagined as objectives, right? IKN as the world's sustainable city and so on and so forth, and principles of an ideal city. And the documents also concretely refer to the East Kalimantan as the location to situate the abstract ideas. The Buku Saku even spelled out the criteria for why East Kalimantan is the best location to ground the aspiration. As a self-explanatory device, the documents locate all urban problems and issues in the old capital city. At the same time, hopes and aspiration can be found in the new site of the future capital city. Second, interreferencing is instrumental in assembling rationales. The second group location aims to legitimize the relocation by referencing to other capital cities. The documents gather narratives of capital cities from different times and spaces. Even Naskah academic display a list of countries that have relocated their capital cities in the past 100 years to suggest it is a common phenomenon. Then, 7 capital cities were examined in detail as successful case study, and the key features of each capital are extracted as lesson learned. Brasilia, for example, was referred for recentering the country economic and political gravity from coastal cities to inland cities. These rationales were then brought over, stitched together to form a new narrative of reasoning for relocating the new capital city to Nusantara. The third point, interreferencing is instrumental in assembling materialities. The last group of location interferencing from the urban condition elsewhere for grounding Nusantara abstract concepts and ideas. The forest city, for example, is defined as a condition of a capital city nested in the jungle. It aims to fulfill various key performances indicators, for example, preserving more than 70% of the land as green spaces. The speculative visualization was complemented with the actual location where the concept has been tested. Garden City of Putrajaya, Brasilia, Canberra, for example. Paris also interreferenced for providing access to green spaces within 15 minutes, and so on and so forth. And then the last point is about unwritten references in the documents. I noticed this through various ethnographic accounts about Sibarani Sophian, one of the chief urban designer in IKN. One example is the profound philosophy of God and nature and man in Kebangsaan axis of Nusantara, right? The concept is nothing new. A similar symbolic gesture was found in Putrajaya master plan. It is not surprising because considering Sibarani was involved in the later stage of Putrajaya master plan during that time. Another example is the above ground connectivity between buildings inspired by tropical forests understory. It resembles the interconnected bridges of Hong Kong Central Business District. Even, even Sophian acknowledged his time living and working in Hong Kong. He was in fire. He even said that in Hong Kong, I can walk across different buildings directly without going down. So in this case, bits of material world of capital cities and cities elsewhere interreference to construct the materiality of the future capital cities. To conclude, there are 3 points to conclude. 1, the first 3 types of Nusantara planning documents emphasize a different aspect of a capital city, a formal and regulatory basis to shape a city, a visualization of the city possible future, and concise and all-around information about the plan. In a way, they construct multiple realities of the same ideal object. Second, I demonstrated 3 ways of interreferencing: limiting the sites, grounding ideas, assembling rationales, and assembling materialities. These interreferences disturb our own, give me another minute. These internet references disturb our understanding of place, interrupt with new ideas, at the same time are the start of a change of our understanding of possible capital city. In a way, it is a necessary background noise, which any new voice can become manifest. And the third point is about the emerging spaces for my future inquiries about documents, which is documentary spaces, virtual spaces, and physical spaces. The Nusantara planning documents are still incomplete to my mind. Many things are left unsaid or need further elaboration. For example, how these cities are fulfilling the KPIs remain unnarrated, right? And there is a need to investigate the documentary spaces where the documents are formulated. For example, the designer offices. Secondly, the contents of Nusantara plannings are also still challenged. For example, scholars criticize the Undang-Undang IKN approval based on a weak naskah academic, right? Even some Nusantara planning, even after the documents are written, they are constantly discussed in virtual spaces. And lastly, I hunch that the conceptual form of city is an assemblage of multiple references stabilized in the planning documents. The next question is then how this concept is materialized in the physical space of Panajam and Pasir Utara. With that, I thank you. Apologize for the overrun because I'm the moderator. I'm dominating the time. So with that, I will introduce the third and the last presentation for this session, which is basically exclusion and resistance, observing the potential of agrarian and natural resources conflict that overshadows the new capital by Mas Rosman Nurjaman and Mas Tatang Rusata. Give me a second. Oops, sorry, not this. It takes a while to open. Oops. I have some problem. Okay. Okay, hold on. It makes funny things. Can you see it clearly? Yeah. Just give me a moment. Okay. Can you hear it clearly? Is the image okay?
Ya.
Iya. Wabarakatuh. Ya, gitu. Good afternoon.
Okay, I think it. Okay. Is it okay now? Yeah.
Every time you hit play,
know,
yeah,
right?
there's something wrong with it.
I try other methods. Okay. Open with.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tristania Pangaribuan, and together.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying other methods. Is it okay now?
Yes, it looks
okay. Let's.
Okay now. There's no sound.
Oh, yeah, I think.
Assalamualaikum.
Oh, yeah. No, it's okay. All good.
Swastiastu, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, presenters, viewers, and all participants of the International Conference on Interreligious and Intercultural Studies, ICIIS 2022. Before commencing my presentation, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tatang Rusata. I'm from Research Center for Society and Culture, the Research and Innovation, the National Research and Innovation Agency. In this very special moment, I would like to deliver a presentation about exclusion and resistance, observing the potential of agrarian and natural resource conflict that overshadow the new capital. The paper written by Pak Usman Nurjaman and myself. As introduction, would like to begin. As we know that the government decision to relocate the capital city became polemic. Some people judge that it is the right decision for at least two reasons. First, having Jakarta that arguably has myriad of socioeconomic and environmental issues. Second, balancing economic growth that has so far been biased toward Jakarta or Java-centric. The government claims that the Nusantara capital city of IKN was built with the concept of urban forest as part of green urbanism. However, the massive infrastructure development and expansion of the new capital has the potential to create new risks and paradoxes. The increased ecological damage in rural areas around the capital location have become a new scourge and threaten the living space of local communities. From the introduction, we came to the research problem that our analysis focused on identifying the various power of exclusion consists of regulation, market force, and legitimacy. There are at least two levels of urbanization process triggered by the expansion of the new capital area as well as the possible resistance. The two levels are first conflicts or disputes that occurred when local communities and extra migrants who have lived and built rural areas around the new capital are threatened with losing access to their land or living space. The second is natural resource conflict as the story of ecological damage in area affected by the expansion of the new capital, such as coastal area of Balikpapan Bay. Next, theoretical overlay. Conceptually, exclusion is the way in which people are prevented benefiting from things, more specifically this land. In this case, the opposite of exclusion is not inclusion, but more into access. Three main types of exclusion process. First is the way in which already existing access to land is maintained by the exclusion of other potential users. Second is the way in which people who have access to lose it. And the third is the way in which people who lack access are prevented from getting. Power exclusion consists of four main sources. That is market, who relate to the price of land. The second is regulation, where the rules, formal and informal, that govern access and exclusion. The third is legitimation, that's related to the justification by legal documents that issued by local officials. And the last or the fourth is the heart of regulation, good variety of sanctions imposed on those who violate the rules.
Kayak di ruangan ibu Megi misalnya contoh itu dia nggak bisa bahasa Inggris. Contoh.
We come to the method. The study uses a qualitative approach and descriptive analysis based on secondary data by examining various reports, both from the government, civil society organization, and international institutions, as well as media report during 2 years ago.
findings. For our finding, from our finding, we can see how variety of exclusion powers work. The first is regulation. As we see that the House of Representatives passed the bills on the nation's new capital city into law on January 18, 2022. Second is force, section, military violence, terror, and intimidation. The third is market, where having a rising price caused the increase of land demand for land procurement around the new capital. And the fourth, legitimation, where land dispute due to certificate title in the same area is taking place. The fourth of those exclusion bring local communities to the potential to experience uprootedness and re-establishment of their social identity. In the context of forced aggregate life triggered by de-agrarianization, people no longer hope to be farmers, and they imagine a future outside of agricultural. We also find how power exclusion affected on customary land conversion, forced agrarian exclusion that occurs after conversion of agricultural land. Forced agrarian exclusion target land on the outskirts of the Nusantara capital city, which was originally a base for transmigrant and local residents. Nusantara capital city also has potential to get rid of 20,000 indigenous people from 21 ethnics, including Sepaku and Balik ethnics. Land conversion also exacerbates the ecological damage of Balikpapan Bay, thereby destroying the fishing area of traditional fishermen. This forced them to move and switch livelihood, which led to a condition of uncertainty and vulnerability. In a way, power of exclusion also creates resistance from local community. This by what means? From the picture, we can see one of residents who submit a formal review to the Constitutional Court. They are in alliance with critical intellectuals and activists who highlight various irregularities in the development of Nusantara capital city. The picture below is the lawsuit that also relate to the dynamics of citizens who organize themselves to build a counter movement. The development of Nusantara capital city or United States can be a momentum of innovation, also has potential for contradiction. In the sense, we found contradiction of new land clearing with environmental conservation, as well as the absence of the role of local communities. The indigenous people continue to have difficulty getting recognition for their lands and struggle for living space into a social economic context is a real challenge in the midst of global competition. The uneven development process, but in terms of distribution and control, is related to marginalization of people who are far from access to power and the economy due to marginalization of space. In the long term, the impact of environmental damage will generally be poor or impact on the other hand, not the initiator. in the context, in this sense, is the local community who will get the impact. As a conclusion, we would like to convey that the study shows that empirical evidence on the potential for agrarian conflict and natural resources to merge, the existence of exclusionary power working in the Nusantara capital city or AKN developed process trigger resistance from the affected local communities. In order to become a foothold in the process of policy formulation and an alternative planning that is more mature and sensitive to context, aspiration, and local needs. Thank you. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have 2 more presenters. So what I will do, and we have short of time, what I will do, I'll play the next 2 videos, and hopefully we can still have time to conclude, yeah. Okay, I will play. Okay.
I present the result of our study regarding the use of knowledge management model for the development of smart people governance in IKN, a proposed model. We all know that the IKN has been declared a smart city. But what is smart city? A smart city is a city where the people use technology in a smart way to provide solution. This simple sentence tells us important aspect of a smart city: smart people, smart technology, smart governance, and smart services. And it all starts with the people. So we need a way to transform the IKN citizen from ordinary people into smart people. According to the International Standard Organization, one of the smart people's indicator is the technological competencies. These competencies can be divided into 2 sub-competencies. Competencies to utilize smart technology and competencies to innovate smart technology. So the question is, how to develop governance of smart people, to build the technology competence and empower its stakeholders, both from government and non-government human resources? We are going with the idea to adopt knowledge management. For many models of knowledge management, we select the models that meet the criteria. The models that can enable people to use smart technology and be able to innovate the smart technology. So we are looking for a suitable model and adapting it to meet the city's need. Then we design the governance, showing the interaction between components involving actors and their roles, business processes, and IO products, which are the outputs of business processes at each stage of the model. And finally, we also present an overview of the support system used to manage each of these outputs and determine if there are any ICTs that can be implemented to optimize their management. We found the ZEC and NONECA model. The ZEC model excels in transforming information into useful knowledge. So we will use it to create competent people to utilize the smart technology. While the NONECA model or SECI model excels in creating new knowledge, we'll use it to create competent people to innovate the smart technology. This is the result of the integration of the 2 models. The black boxes indicate the 5 stages of the ZEC model. When the KP or the knowledge presentation produces unusable knowledge, the process will recycle from the key A, or the knowledge acquisition, and then the key R, or the knowledge refinement. The parameters of these two states will be adjusted through collaboration in the group in the externalization quadrant. Meanwhile, if knowledge presentation produces usable knowledge, then that knowledge can be directly studied to create competent people. In the NOACA model, all kinds of knowledge will be useful, but sometimes that knowledge is not fully understood. This is because the NOACA model considers the management of tacit knowledge in an abstract form. This knowledge is managed through the internalization and sharing quadrants, and continues to be accumulated and refined to find an explicit form of this knowledge in the externalization quadrant. This is the governance view. To understand this view, we can start with the stakeholders actors who use the knowledge base to become practitioners or innovators. The knowledge learned from the knowledge base depends on the needs of the stakeholders who access it, and will be influenced by its role in the smart city. Government officers will learn knowledge in accordance with their duties as government officers, as well as stakeholders with other roles. Knowledge manager is a team that will manage knowledge on-demand system, especially explicit knowledge. Initially, this team was formed from government human resource circles that have better technology competence. But as the new competent human resources are created with the implementation of the model, this team can be strengthened by involving these new human resources. This is the support system view. The blue boxes indicate ICT-supported system. The system excels in process efficiency and ubiquity, but it has limitations. The systems can only manage well-defined knowledge, so it's only for explicit knowledge. And in addition, the systems need a proper ICT infrastructure. In this support system view, it also describes that non-electronic system is still needed. And this non-electronic system is irreplaceable for several matters, including managing tacit knowledge, as well as building basic electronic literacy for illiterate people. The non-electronic system describes in orange box. In addition, non-electronic systems are also needed due to stakeholder preference. Some stakeholders sometimes have the knowledge, but cannot formulate or articulate it in electronic systems. So that if you force all support systems to be run electronically, there will be potential knowledge loss. And we have to remember, ICT is just a tool, not a goal. Our goal is to manage knowledge with or without ICT. This model manages knowledge to build competencies, not attitudes. The smart people's attitudes need to be built so that people can use the model to shape their competencies to become smart people. So this is a prerequisite that needs to be met before this model is implemented. So my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
We will have one more. Oops. We will have one more presentation. Hopefully we have time. Give me a while.
Mungkin ini presentasi terakhir Mas Ipan.
Yeah, this is the last presentation.
Pembahasan mungkin bisa tertulis karena Prof Ketut harus menutup, di sana udah terlalu sore. Setelah ini kita tutup saja supaya nggak terlalu sore Prof Ketut nutup.
Okay, is it okay?
No sounds coming
ladies
out.
and gentlemen, I am very
Okay.
pleased to see you all. Thank you for attending to this presentation. Allow me to introduce myself to you. My name is Ari Cahyonugroho and I am from BRIN. My team are Mr. Ahmed Budistawa and Mr. Hiladan Hamdian. Today I would like to discuss about our presentation. The title of today's presentation is the Nusantara Capital Data Government Toward Indonesian One Data Policy. Background of this research, One Data Indonesia is a government data management policy and can be shared between central and regional agencies. The implementation of One Data policy become one innovation to overcome community problems. An initial picture is needed to formulate a strategy for implementing One Data policy in IKN. Problem statement of this research. This presentation will focus on measuring the readiness of the regional government in implementing One Data Indonesia with the main question, what is the state of readiness of the IKN government as seen from the IKN supporting area related to the management of One Data. The research purpose of this research, this study aims to examine the condition of the government in IKN supporting region in implementing data management by looking at the condition of the implementing the electronic-based government system SPBA. Methodology of this research, the focus of this research is local government agency supporting IKN. The respondent target is the head of the data center on each local government supporting IKN. The survey was conducted online. The data from the survey will be carried out by expert judgment, conduct qualitative data collection, webinar with representative from each local government agency supporting IKN. Literature review of this research. One Data Indonesia is a government data that is accurate, integrated, up-to-date, and accountable. Government program provide a single source of data truth as a reference for several sectors in Indonesia. There are three important SDI regulations: the principle of One Data Indonesia, stakeholder of One Data Indonesia, and process One Data Indonesia. A portrait of the readiness of IKN supporting area in the One Data policy. Result and discussion of this research. The data collection process was carried out from May 19 to November 9, 2021 by sending survey links to WhatsApp group and several other channels. Collected 19 respondents who fill in from Central Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, and South Kalimantan. Validity test using Pearson with error table of 1.653. Validity test using Pearson with error table of 1.653. Based on the result of the three Kalimantan province management support, there are three agencies that do not have a strategic plan for the implementation of One Data, and this is not planned for preparation. There are 4 agencies that already have a strategic plan document in a formal form. 3 agencies that do not have a strategic plan document in a formal form. 4 agencies that do not have a formal document but have plan. 4 agencies that have strategic plan document in formal form. Responsibility formally as Wali Data. There are 7 OPD that already have a data guardian but not formally yet. 4 OPD that have a formal data guardian. There are 5 OPD that are not have pusat data but it is planned. 1 OPD has a formal pusat data. 1 OPD do not have a guardian and have not planned. OPD that already has a certain organizational structure that handle planning to the implementation of One Indonesian data. 7 OPD that already have an organizational structure for planning to implementing One Data within the scope of section or equivalent to Echelon 4. 6 OPD that have organizational structure but have been planned. 2 OPD that do not have an organization structure and have not been planned. 1 OPD that already has organization structure within scope of field or equivalent to Echelon 3. 2 OPD that already have organization structure within the scope of Echelon 1 or 2 equivalent.
The data collection activity, there are 8 OPD that carry out main data collection activity in regular routine activity at least 1 year, 6 OPD every 3 months, 3 OPD at least every 6 months, 1 OPD at least every month. Data usage activity that support organizational needs, 9 OPD that use data for reporting or analysis in 1 year, 6 OPD that use data every 3 months, 2 OPD every 6 months, 1 OPD that use data at least every week. Specific budget for data management, 2 OPD do not have a budget or budget plan. 4 OPD already have a budget but fulfill 3 aspects. 8 OPD that already have a budget but only fulfill 1 aspect. 3 OPD do not have a budget but it is planned. And 1 OPD already have a budget but it is only fulfill 2 aspects. From the picture, it can be seen that assessment activity, the most using descriptive analysis model, 58.8%. Perspective analysis, diagnosis analysis, and not being analyzed, 11.8%, at least 5.9% predictive analysis. It can be seen the most evaluation activities using descriptive data analysis with 58.8%, using the diagnosis analysis model and perspective analysis as much as 11.8%, predictive analysis as much as 5.9%. The rest were not analyzed as much as 11.8%. From the data, most use the predictive analysis model with 58.8%. The conclusion, the implementation of One Data Indonesia data for Kalimantan has several OPD that have management support for One Indonesian data. Formal responsibility as data guardian for this OPD already exists in several OPD in South Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, and East Kalimantan. An organizational structure to handle the planning to the implementation of One Data has also been formed in several OPD. Data collection and data use activity are carried out every 6 months, every 3 months to every week. The readiness of One Indonesian data in Kalimantan is at the ready stage. From the result of this study, several recommendations are management support is needed in the form of formal document, development, predictive, and perspective analysis need within the organization, thereby encouraging the implementation of One Data policy to fulfill them. Prepare centralized data management in each agency. There is a policy to expand access to raw data as to expand collaboration opportunities between government agencies. Prepare internal regulation referring to national or international standard as the basis for the framework for implementing the One Data policy in government agency in IKN. Prepare human resource with the required skill related to data, namely data analytics, data warehouse, and data engineering. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I think that is our last presentation. I think I have to apologize to the presenters and the discussants that we have. I don't think we have any more time, right? So I think hopefully these 5 presenters can get a written responses from Dr. Lilis and Prof. Ketut or even Bu Heni. I think now I will give the floor to Prof. Ketut to close the session, right? Because he needs to close the big session outside this breaking room. I think the floor I give to Prof. Ketut. Is Prof. Ketut there?
Hello,
Yes.
Prof. Heni. Hello, Prof. Heni. We have already contacted you. So we all of the participants already watched your presentation. And then there is one question to you, to your group team about the kecemasan about the cultural shocks. Is it okay if one of our participants will address one question to you? It's okay?
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead, Prof.
Putri.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Professor Heni Warsiota. Hello, my name is Putri, and recently I'm research. My research is about anxiety in North Penajam Pasir society. And I would like to know your perspective on how is really the anxiety response or condition in North Penajam Pasir and Kutai Kartanegara society about the location of new capital city.
Okay.
Oh, we lost you, Mbak Putri.
Ya, Mbak Putri.
The question will be addressed to Pak Ivan as moderator. Pak Ivan, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here, but I thought there is this first question to Mbak Okto dan Mbak Tristan about anxiety. Hello.
Langsung
Yeah, I think you can answer directly, Mbak Tristan and Mbak Okto.
Recording stopped.
Are we left?
Mbak Okto nggak kedengaran suara. There's
Mbak
your
Okto.
mute.
Nggak ada
Maybe
suaranya.
you take off your headphones, your earphones. Unplug your earphones. Dilepas. Nah, ya.
Is it okay?
Yes, it's okay now.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we are
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, Pak Ivan, could you answer the question?
Ya, Pak.
Yeah. Mbak Okto is going to answer the question from Putri, ya.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mbak Okto.
Can you hear my voice, everyone?
Yes.
All good.
Good.
Clear.
Thank you, Putri. I will call you Princess. Unfortunately, our article is based on literature study, so we are not collecting data in person with respondent or with ASN because the Nusantara is still not exist yet, which means no ASN in this area. So we are just finding information about what will be built in the area of IKN and what is the difference with everything what ASN have in their home base, especially in Jakarta. So we connect both the condition based on the culture shock method, culture shock based on Obrecht opinion, just to like a prediction about culture shock that will happen to ASN as they will be in Nusantara, and kind of recommendation for mitigation steps to handle this to be happen, because the culture shock could cause mental health, and this mental health can be a big problem if we cannot handle it seriously. I think that for me, maybe Tristan, there is any addition from you?
Okay, thank you. I just want to one question to Pak Ivan. So, what is your comment on the characteristic of the Asian cities and Western cities? Would you like to give some opinion on this? Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's difficult. I think what is more jarring is basically the superimposition about formal and informal, right? I think whether be Singaporean cities, Singapore, or whether Hong Kong, it is a combination about formal building, and informal usage of the city. I think I just answer at that level. Is it satisfactory? Because otherwise it will be a lecture, right? What is this city, that city? Okay, I stop there.
Hours long lecture.
I stop there, Prof.
Can I just give a comment? I mean, do I have time?
I'm not so sure because I
2 minutes.
thought Prof Ketut have to close.
Okay, we still have 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, just go ahead.
Thank you, Prof. Ketut. I think this session just works very nicely, and it's going. I can imagine it's going to be a very good volume, yeah. And for example, Mas Ivan paper is really connected to Mas Rusman and Mas Tatang. I just read Blomley, for example, how legal documents and the process of exclusion through legal categorization happens through that. I think we need to discuss that a lot more, Mas Ivan, yeah, later on with Mas Galuh also, who are basically a geographer. And just in general, for everyone, I think do a very focused and in-depth discussion on certain theme is always better. And I can see that everyone has done a very good job in doing that. And some I can see still struggle on what to focus and just discuss more general concepts or theory. But I would give suggestion that your draft needs to be peer reviewed, do some discussion with the colleagues at the PMB or other colleagues from the university. It's going to be very useful to improve your paper to be included in the edited volume later on. Yeah, Pak Ketut, yeah. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate for all your hard work.
Good list, yeah.
Thank you for giving us the space and time, Pak Ketut, in the
thank you very much for warm operations. Okay, so this is just jump to the our last session on the closing remarks. So I would like to invite Dr. Diki Sofian. Just go ahead, Diki Sofian and Mark Woodward. Okay, yeah, maybe we will continue to our closing remarks. Yeah.
Recording in progress.
30th of September 2022. The same, I would like to invite again Dr. Diki Sofian from the Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also to Professor Mark Woodward from Arizona State University from the USA. So before closing this session, I would like to give chance for Dr. Diki Sofian to give some impression for our whole day discussion on this ICIS conference. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Ardana. And I think I'll share some of my impressions of this conference. This is, I believe, the 8th or 9th International Conference on Interreligious and Intercultural Studies. And I've seen a major development in terms of the number of abstracts and papers. And obviously, we have just come out of a pandemic, and I can see that we are heading towards normalcy, if you like, with more number of in-person participation in our international conference, at least for the past 2.5 years. I'm also happy with the fact that we have a lot of international speakers, well-known speakers here today for this conference, obviously providing us with motivation and inspiration regarding our research and thinking most, relevantly to the theme of sacred language, magic, and mysticism. The other thing I'd like to say is that I think, generally speaking, some of the presentations of the research have increased a little bit in terms of the quality. And I think if I were to connect this with our Bali International Writing School, I was also quite surprised at the level of confidence on the part of the participating scholars who attended our Bali International Writing School. So I guess, we are doing something positive here. So I do hope that we can continue this great work at UNHI, and that we could continue our collaboration between and among the scholars here today. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have one note. So I would like to invite Mark from the Global Ethics publisher. Okay, just come here, and then can you introduce us about the publication? Okay, just stay there. And now, just to Professor Mark Woodward, give your impression.
Well, it's very good to be back, and it's very good to see that things are beginning to recover from the 2-year hiatus in-person meetings that was a result of the COVID pandemic. I think all of us, well, there's a Buddhist term that fits it perfectly, it's dukkha. It means suffering. And we all had to endure a great deal during that period. And I think the people who really had the most loss from that were young people, students, people starting out starting out in their careers. These are the people that benefit most from these face-to-face, in-person meetings. And there's, it's nice to be able to sit in the room and listen to people, but a good part of the benefit, especially for young people, that comes from events like this is conversations over coffee, conversations over lunch, the ability to do, real network. These days, that means not just exchanging name cards. It means adding people on Facebook or WhatsApp or all of those human parts of the academic process. And it's wonderful to see this up and running again. And I'd agree with what Mas Dicky said about the quality of presentations. And again, I'm particularly impressed with the quality of work that young people are doing. And that's what the academic writing school is all about. And of course, young people are where the future is. And everything that those of us who are getting on in years can do to help them along, we're all glad to do. But to all of you younger people out there, you are the future. And you have an opportunity now, and you should seize the moment and make things happen.
Okay, let's give applause to Dr. Diki Sofyan and Professor Mark Woodward. And now this is the sound for you from a Global Ethics publisher, yeah? Okay, introduce yourself.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Chutfilda Azwar. I'm Globetics Indonesia National Officer. And Dr. Sofyan here is our National Director for Globetics Indonesia. Globetics.net is an institution that has the purpose of providing a better quality of ethics in higher education. So Globetics.net provides online library that includes many publications related to ethics, intercultural and interreligious issues. And also Globetics.net provides publication service and also courses in the related fields such as ethics and cultural and religious issues. Thank you. If there is a questions where to contact, I will provide my information to the admin of the Zoom. Thank you.
Yeah, let's give applause to from Global Ethics. Now, if you have any question from online and offline, please, we give you chance around 5-10 minutes. Are there any question from online? Someone maybe participant from there? Okay, please, it's your turn now. Ibu Liz, do you have any question?
Not to this point. Thank you very much, Pak Ketut.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants, now we just jump to the closing remarks that I would like to thank you very much for all of you for your participation and strongly to support our program for the HTS conference today. And particularly, I would like to thank you for your kind Professor Mark Woodward, Professor Robert from Munich University from Germany. Diana Butler is still there. Oh, still there. Yeah, thank you very much. Professor Nestor Castro, in the back. Thank you very much. Professor Diki Sofyan is still here, and Professor Norcott from Edinburgh University. Oh, he's still drinking coffee. So I would like to give some information about what next after this conference. So I would like to propose that we have some planning on how we should for our next program to publish our paper manuscript in a book. So this book will be divided into 3 parts or 3 volumes. Volume 1 is about sacred language. For the volume 2 is about magics, and the last volume, the 3rd volume, is about mysticism. So this book will be coordinated by Professor Mark Woodward and of course by Dr. Diki Sofyan and myself, and also Diana Butler, Professor Yeti, Professor Norcott, Dr. Dundin. So we will compile all of the manuscript, and so we need that you will submit your full or complete manuscript at the end of October. Are you agree? Do you agree? Yeah. So do you agree? Okay. All right. So I would like also to inform you that for the editing and also for the technical matters, we will ask you to pay around 750,000 rupiah for editing and proofreading of the book. And also we already provided 3 publishers. One of them is Global Ethic, Raja Wali, and Pustaka Larasan. So we have 3 outstanding publishers for this. And for the next conference on ICHIS, next year in February, we propose that our topic will be political ecology and climate change in the crossroad or continuity. That is our tentative or still a draft for our topic for the next year. And again, thank you very much for all of you for your participation. And again, applause also for all of you and also for this person. Thank you. And finally, I will close this officially, this ICHIS conference. Now we can take a picture, all of us, this person and also for all of the participants. Thank you. Oh yeah. Michael. Always. Never ending closing section. Come, semuanya. So we will deliver our certificate for all of you, for the participant also. The person, satu-satu aja Pak ya. Okay. Thank you. Ya. Pak Diki Sofyan, come here. Oh, Gaya bebas. Freestyle. Gaya bebas. Oke.
Now I would like to deliberate for your certificate. So I will call all of you. One is Dr. Diki Sofyan. Please come in. It's yours. Terima kasih, Pak. Yeah. The next one is Dr. Dundin Zain, Professor Dr. Dundin Zainuddin. Please come. Yeah. Please come, Pak. Makasih ya, Pak ya. The next one is Professor Yekti Maunati. The next one is Professor Dr. Cahyo Pamungkas. Thank you, Prof. Cahyo. Thank you, ya. Professor Dr. Nestor Castro, PhD. Thank you, Prof. Yeah. The next one is Dr. Diana Butler. Diana Butler? Diana? Hello? Hello, Diana? Ibu Diana? Ibu, it's yours. Thank you. Thank you. The next one is, ada lagi ya? Oke. Saya itu. Bapak Deden, oke. Sudah semua ya? Yang lain sudah semua? Oh, yang BUS. Oh, Dr. Lilis Mulyani, yes, then we will send to you. Dr. Fisya Yuta Yulianto. Itu LIPI semua ya?
Nomor Indian.
Oh, Professor Dr. Nestor Castro. Then the second one for BUS resource person. Oh, udah ya? Okay, thank you very much. For the research person who will join us for lunch, for dinner together, we will go to the restaurant with all of you. Thank you very much. Terima kasih Pak Gia. Ya. Good job. Saya ke yayasan dulu ya Pak. Yayasan. Yuk kita ke yayasan dulu.